Chapter 777. The demonic light shot out by the tower demon seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. The pitch-black lightning wrapped around the light pillar, and the thunder rumbled for thousands of miles. However, the huge light sword that was 50 meters long came down from above. With a crushing force, it forcibly suppressed more than half of the demonic light. Then, with a poochy sound, it squeezed through the middle of the light pillar, as if it was cutting through jelly. It forcefully broke open and caused the pillar to explode. Rumble. The demonic light exploded. The huge light sword broke through the demonic light and hit the top of the tower. At this critical moment, Tower Demon Ada raised his arms and crossed them to block the attack. His arms were also made of square stones and were indestructible. However, under the power of the light sword, they didn't even last half a second before they were chopped off. Boom! The top of the tower was split open, and the square stones that were piled up to form the tower collapsed to both sides like a landslide. Olga's body sank along with the power of the sword, and the originally extremely tall tower kept collapsing. After a series of explosions, only 3 to 4 meters tall ruins were left on the ground. The circular light wall formed by the battlefield ring line blocked the collapsing square stones and prevented further damage. Remember the website, MVIP, can't you? 6 Olga flew down from the sky and stood on top of the ruins about a meter or so. She coldly observed the movements in the ruins. However, after observing for a while, the tower demon didn't move. She couldn't help but frown. It died just like that. After about 3 minutes, Dake led a group of adventurers here. The B-grade adventurers were very cautious. They didn't stop using all kinds of sensing methods, and they were ready to use their trump cards to ensure that they could attack quickly and escape immediately. Even though they were only spectators, they were still able to feel the terrifying power of the devil race up close. Just the techniques that Tower Demon Ada used while escaping weren't something that they could deal with easily. In such an environment, if they weren't careful, they might be unlucky enough to be killed by a stray bullet. At that time, they might really become famous in the Adventurer Guild of the Free Capital. Voila! Dake raised his hand, and the adventurers stopped outside the battlefield loop. He looked at Olga, who was flying towards him, and asked, "What about the tower demons?" Olga pointed at the ruins and said, "Maybe they're down there, or maybe they escaped. Demons like the tower demons are not inferior to humans in terms of life-saving methods." Dake pondered for a moment before summoning Meow Meow. Meow Meow Meow? Meow Meow glanced at him impatiently. For luck, for luck. Dake chuckled and summoned the Dream Demon. Me. Dream Demon also tilted her head. Dake said, "Let's go and see what's in that pile of rubble." Me. The Dream Demon was so excited that it immediately turned into a spiritual body and drilled into the ruins. Not long after, it broke through the ruins and returned. In its arms was a tower that was only 30 centimeters tall. Dake looked at Olga in surprise. Olga shook her head, indicating that she did not understand either. At this moment, Professor Li, who was riding the Thunder Chicken, slowly flew over and said, "This is the tower demon." Dake was stunned. "That tower demon has become like this?" Professor Li said, "Its energy has been used up. Although its consciousness is weak, it hasn't dissipated. It should be in a state similar to hibernation. However, this state is also its strongest state." Dake asked, "Since it's hibernating, does that mean it will still wake up?" Professor Li nodded. "In this state, the tower demon's internal energy will not be used up, and it will slowly absorb energy from the outside world. If it's planted underground with abundant energy, after a few decades or 100 years, it might grow back into a tower." "I see." Dake felt that his knowledge had increased. The tower demon turned into a small tower after hibernation. It was exquisite and could be used as a decorative item. However, as a qualified magus, Dake Dimming had already begun to think about how to use it in magic refining as soon as he got it. The tower demon's remnant consciousness had to be removed. After that, the remaining shell would become a usable material. Then, whether it was refining it into an item card or a magic elf card, it would be feasible. Anyway, it was time to pay the bill. When Dake came to the Adventurers Guild again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He had invested 10 million holy coins in this mission, but because the adventurers were not the ones who killed the tower demon in the end, he only needed to pay the adventurers the mission reward for collecting information. Considering the danger of getting close to the tower demon, Dake was very generous in the reward. Almost every B-rank adventurer received more than 100,000 holy coins. In just one afternoon, they could earn more than 100,000 holy coins per person. Naturally, the adventurers were happy. After Dake declined Madana and the others' invitation to celebrate, he left with his family. When Dake stepped out of the Adventurers Guild, he knew that his first adventure as an adventurer had come to an end. And the next time he stepped into the Adventurers Guild, he did not know when it would be in the future. It can be considered as fulfilling a small wish. The sun was shining and he smiled. It was a fruitful harvest. In the next few days, Dake did not wander around. He began to calm down and understand the culture and customs of the Freedom City, as well as the military and political situation. Through reading various documents, Dake had a more detailed understanding of the various situations in the Freedom City. Then he went to find Aurora and tried to learn from her. Aurora was generally in the position of a commander. Unless there was a special situation, she would not go to the subdivisions personally. And with the help of Magical Beast, Goddess of the Mind's Eye, she was more proficient in handling affairs. No demons could disguise themselves to get close to her, and no humans could lie in front of her. But at this time, she showed a very mature side. She would not expose the little lies and thoughts of her subordinates. She was very tolerant in handling matters. She was good at communicating with people when dealing with official matters. She was good with money. But after the end, when she was alone with Dake, she would easily blush and be shy. The two sides of a person were vividly reflected in her. Just like the two elemental spirits she owned, there were opposites. December 31st, 6 a.m. in the morning. After confirming that the crisis in the Freedom City was indeed resolved, Professor Shi Erfu, who was slightly anxious, finally took number 2, who was locked in the Truth Orb, and boarded the Flying Dragon to return home. However, not all of them were with her. First, White Gouda and Ophelia Bullard had to go back with her. And Professor Stephen Harvey, who was very interested in the research of number 1 and number 2, would definitely go with them. Similarly, Sister Kalien, who was very passionate about the research of soul-cutting technology, would also go with them. Professor Cheong-si originally wanted to stay and take care of the students, but because Professor Li Li and Professor Midya recommended themselves, she was relieved to go back. Of course, she was relieved to see Professor Midya. And in order to ensure the continuous communication between the Academy and the Duke's mansion, Eve had to embark on the return journey. In this way, more than half of the original team of 13 people returned, and the remaining 6 people chose to stay. Ever since Dake began to focus on learning, Lily began to run around everywhere. If it weren't for the Thunder Chick, as flying speed limiting her return, perhaps the entire Freedom City would be in chaos because of her. And every time she went out, she would bring along her little anti-bird, little magnetic monsters, and little demon beasts. She looked like a child king bringing a group of children to be naughty everywhere. She didn't have enough fun, so there was no way she would go back. As for Professor Midya, it was because her Black Beast replacement had not been found yet. Black Beast was a very special kind of shadow creature. In a broad sense, it could be classified as an elemental life form. They didn't need to be fed. They only needed to curl up in the shadows to absorb energy. They didn't have a fixed shape, and they could freely change their shape as the pumpkin carriage enlarged or shrank. They could travel on land, sea, and air, and they weren't slow. It was indeed very difficult to find a creature that met these 3 conditions at the same time. He didn't know if Professor Midya would be able to find it before returning to the academy. After Professor Shi Erfu and the others left, the remaining 6 people quickly returned to their own lives. As the saying went, do what you need to do. The start of the second semester of the second year was on Monday, January 6th. On the evening of January 5th, there would be an opening ceremony that connected the previous and the following. They just needed to rush back before the opening ceremony began. Starting from this afternoon, Aurora's work had reached the end stage. Dake occasionally helped, but most of the time he just did his own thing. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The new year was getting closer and closer. At 9:30 in the evening, Dark said good night to the magic elves in the room, and kept them back into the magic cards one by one. Then he finally summoned the system list, and summarized the 7 sins index as usual. System, expand the index. Pride, 9490, jealousy, 4240, rage, 8988, sloth, 5957, greed, 9193, gluttony, 9394, bliss, 9398. A lot of things happened in December, causing the index to fluctuate greatly. However, most of the major sins were greed, gluttony, and bliss. Bliss was the most important one. Dake had actually drawn 6 bliss in December. However, the final value of bliss did not decrease, but increased instead. It reached 98 points, which was close to breaking 100 points. Ever since his ability to control his emotions had gradually improved, it was rare for him to reach such a high value. However, occasionally, he would slightly indulge himself. This was the consequence of indulging himself. Fortunately, a month had passed, and it was time for the cooldown to reset. He could find some time tomorrow night to reduce the pressure on bliss. Originally, because of the collection of Moon God's version of bliss, he did not need bliss that much. He was more inclined towards the other major sins. However, it seemed that it would be troublesome to accurately control them. Apart from the 6 bliss, he also drew 6 pride, 4 greed, and 4 gluttony in December. Currently, the remaining major crimes were as follows: pride, 10 rage, 1 greed, 24 gluttony, 1 bliss, 6 Moon God's version of bliss, 1000 plus. After carefully summarizing, Dake began to reflect deeply. Recently, his control over greed, gluttony, and bliss had gradually decreased. Especially bliss. Before it was reduced to a safe range, he could not allow it to increase anymore. However, after considering his upcoming schedule, greed was actually more dangerous. This was something that he had to pay attention to. After thinking about it carefully, Dake stuffed his naughty little ant into his bed and went to sleep early. 1st January, 5 a.m. in the morning. The corners of the Freedom City lit up with a touch of reddish gold, and then quickly spread to the entire city. A new year had arrived in this bright and joyful sky. In this world, there was no New Year's Day, no spring festival, and Christmas was the last festival of the year. However, this day was still a special day in many people's hearts. On this day, every household washed away the dust and changed into new clothes. The haze surrounding the Freedom City was swept away, and the entire city was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The brightest pearl in the Freedom City also woke up early and dressed up in front of the mirror. In the past few days, she had been busy day and night, and neglected to dress up. Today, sitting in front of the mirror, she could not help but think about whether she had neglected to dress up, and left a bad impression in her heart. However, although it was called dressing up, it was actually just a slight trimming of her fringe, covering up a bit of fatigue, and moistening of her red lips to make her temperament more distinct. Since she was going to explore the temple today, Aurora changed into casual clothes that were easier for her to move around. Compared to the normal clothes of this season, it was a bit thin. However, she still had a quarter of the sun-chasing giant bloodline, so it was impossible for her to be afraid of the cold. She put on a hat that could block rocks and leather gloves that could prevent scratches on her hands, a short sword, and a card bag. Finally, she put on the 2 brooches, one red and one blue. Aurora walked out of the door in a happy mood. She could finally relax. Before 6 a.m., the group of people who were going to explore the temple today had already gathered in the meeting room that was used as a dining hall. Apart from Professor Midya, the other 5 people had already arrived and were talking about what they had seen and heard in the past few days. Occasionally, they would mention the contents of the newspaper. After such a long time, the news of the demon beast attack on the Freedom City had finally spread to the royal city, and was published in the newspaper. Under the Duke's arrangement, this matter was turned into a major event where the military and the people of the city worked together to fight against the demon remnants. The one who was pushed to be the scapegoat was the Lich Ian Tuttle. This was a great villain that had been written into the legends a long time ago. It had a charm that made people believe in its evil deeds as soon as they heard its name. In short, even the people of the Freedom City quickly believed that the demon beast attack this time was planned by the old lich, and that the tower demon Ada, who was killed in public 2 days ago, was the old lich's #1 subordinate. Of course, they gave tower demon Ada a new name with a lot of words. As for the people of the Shungmalian Academy, they did not appear in the newspaper. This was proposed by Professor Shi Erfu. The main reason was naturally because the existence of #1 and #2 were top secrets that could not be leaked. Today, more than 10 years after the end of the war, the Freedom City's huge victory was undoubtedly something that the people of the Royal City were happy to see. Harboring a sense of disgust towards the demons, some of the people who had previously disliked the City of Freedom, because it was the home of hybrids, couldn't help but change their attitude towards it. In addition, this victory could also be said to be a demonstration of the Freedom City's strength. War was originally a way to show one's strength. After this victory, those who had coveted the Freedom City would more or less restrain themselves. Adventurers who were already interested in the Freedom Capital would also be attracted to the city, which would increase the population of the Freedom Capital and allow the city to develop faster and better. However, under the surface of enjoying all the benefits, the Freedom City was also silently licking its wounds. The losses this time were actually very big. However, some people died and some people lived. The living would not stop because of the dead. The road ahead was always to be walked. Let's talk about the temple. Lily hurriedly interrupted the discussion of those topics, her eyes wide open. Although this exploration of the temple was organized by Dake, the person who was most excited wasn't him. Professor Lily was jumping up and down in excitement after hearing about the plan for this operation. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had gone on an expedition to an unknown place with a few friends like this. The Academy's underground city always made her feel unenthusiastic. She still missed the days when she was a fledgling, running around randomly with Kazair and the others. At this moment, on the first day of the new year, she finally found some of the feelings of the past. Yes, it would be even better if those two mates weren't here. It wasn't that Lily didn't like Olga and Ungra, but that they didn't have the aura of adventure on them at all. However, nothing could be forced to be perfect, so she could only make do. Aurora revealed a faint smile and said, "Actually, I don't know much about the temple. When we first found it, it was just a coincidence. At that time, we didn't think that there would be such a temple buried under the city. At the very beginning, we found some aura leaking out when we were working on the city's underground pipes. Well, how do I put it? Warm or cold wind would blow out from some of the cracks. During the day, it would be warm wind, but at night, it would turn into cold wind. Because of the alternating cold and heat, the cracks would gradually become bigger and eventually break open. Then, did you finish exploring?" Lily asked the question that concerned her the most. Aurora shook her head and said, "The temple is very dangerous, and it's often unexpected and impossible to guard against. We can only advance step by step and explore carefully, so the progress is very slow." "Not bad, not bad." Lily immediately nodded and praised. Aurora smiled and said, "This time, with Professor Lily, we should be able to go deeper." Lily immediately patted her chest and promised, "That's right, I'm here." Dake couldn't help but hold his forehead. He kept feeling that bringing Professor Lily along might be a big mistake. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. After breakfast, they prepared to set off. Then, Dake saw Aurora summon a small rhinoceros that was about a meter tall. 3-star bird species. Heavy armored rhinoceros. Aurora introduced her magic guide sprite, and got the attendant to tie the huge backpack she had prepared beforehand to the back of the heavy armored rhinoceros. This heavy armored rhinoceros was round 1.34 meters long and 1 meter tall. Its lower body was very low, and its body had a metal shell that looked like armor plates. It was a steel-type and ground-type magic guide sprite. From the looks of it, the heavy armored rhinoceros should belong to the defense specialization type. Moreover, it was very stable when running. With the backpack on its back, even some fragile items could be preserved better. Dake didn't know what Aurora had put in this backpack that was about the size of the heavy armored rhinoceros. and he didn't dare to ask. In short, with this logistics, there was no need to worry about food and water. What was slightly surprising was that the entrance of the temple was very close to the city lord's mansion. Although the first traces of the underground pipeline were found relatively far away, after excavating the temple in the end, they found that it was located near the city lord's mansion. In order to hide it from others and to not let the temple harm ordinary people, they planted a large number of trees above the temple and built a forest. Then they planted flowers and plants on the periphery of the forest and surrounded it with walls, making it look like the back garden of the city lord's mansion. The entrance of the temple was guarded all year round, and the entry and exit checks were very strict. Of course, those procedures were naturally meaningless in front of the little city lord. Dake and the others followed behind Aurora and passed through the entrance checks very smoothly, entering the underground. It was just that there were 2 guards in armor who insisted on accompanying them. Aurora considered that she really needed someone to pick up firewood and so on, so she simply brought them along. If someone saw the configuration of this group of people, they would definitely ridicule. 2 guards, 2 maids, oh, and 2 pet birds. What kind of young master was this? From the ground entrance to the temple, there was a winding road. Because it was a man-made road, it was not difficult to walk. Moreover, at every distance, there were special plants that could emit light, and there were spare lampposts next to the plants that could be lit with fire. But in fact, because of the existence of the temple, the underground passage had always been relatively bright during the day. The road from here to the temple is relatively safe, but we can't be completely relaxed. There are always unimaginable threats hidden under the ground. We even encountered a 2-meter-tall single-horned mole once, and it directly drilled the passage down. The one who was talking was Tom, who was among the guards. This guy was a blue cat hybrid. The pair of cat eyes hidden behind the mask of his helmet often emitted a dim light. He had a naturally sharp perception, and could detect danger in advance. He was an expert in breaking traps. The other short guard was Jerry, who was said to be a Ratman hybrid. He had a magical ability to dig holes, and was proficient in sneaking and unlocking. These 2 guards were obviously not chosen at random. After spending a few minutes with them, Dake had some understanding of them. Tom was very talkative, to the point of being a chatterbox. Jerry was more silent, but occasionally he would say something that hit the nail on the head. With these 2 buffoons, the atmosphere of the team became more lively, and they were less like a professional exploration team. Of course, no one would care about this. Dake walked side by side with Aurora, and occasionally he would interrupt a few times. Lily had abandoned her toy bird, and was walking on the ground and walls. From time to time, she would stick her head out from the corner of the wall, scaring people. She was never tired of it. Little Ant Harvest Bird and Toy Bird sat on the huge backpack on the back of the heavy armored rhino. The little magnetic monster and the little demon beast flew on both sides, all the way down. About 15 minutes later, Dake finally arrived in front of the temple. Unsurprisingly, there were still people stationed at the entrance of the temple. Pots, pans, sleeping bags, and tents were all available. Tom took the initiative to ask about it and then returned. Teams number 3, number 7, and number 9 are all inside. A few days ago, because of what happened above, the exploration of the temple was suspended for a while, but it was restarted yesterday. If we go in now, maybe we can meet them inside. Dake nodded and looked up at the temple. From here, the whole temple was completely embedded in the ground, and only half of the so-called door was exposed. It must have been dug out later. At the edge, there were also stonemasons digging carefully, but there were not many of them. In order to prevent the walls of the temple from being damaged, the excavation process was extremely slow. But from the exposed part, they could already see some mysterious pictures and magic arrays. As things related to God, those pictures and magic arrays might be unimaginable treasures. But standing outside the temple, they couldn't feel the aura of divinity. Dake thought for a while and didn't stay outside. According to his original habit, he should copy all the pictures and magic arrays on the door without touching anything. But now all he did was summon the magician's secretary and let it scan the letter quickly. What's the difference? Of course, it's the difference in efficiency. Dake closed the magician's secretary that had finished scanning and led the way to the entrance of the temple. The guards already knew his identity from Tom, so they didn't stop him. He stepped over the threshold and stepped into the temple. At that moment, an extremely rich aura of divinity immediately hit him in the face. There was a smell that he was very familiar with, but also a little unfamiliar. At the same time, a tuft of hair on his head suddenly moved, and a little sprite that was like a small sun finally woke up after sleeping for a long time. Dake's heart moved, and he raised his hand. The flaming sun sprite suddenly flew slowly into his palm, emitting a warm aura. The flaming sun sprite that woke up from a deep sleep again had a trace of gold in its original fiery red color. It seemed to have woken up temporarily and didn't completely transform into the pride sprite, or sun sprite, that Dake expected. It could also be that the pride absorbed wasn't enough, causing it to be unable to complete the transformation. Dake thought for a moment, then raised his hand and lightly tossed it. The flaming sun sprite slowly flew from his palm, first rubbing against his face, then clearly happily flew into the temple. Professor Li's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew into the temple, following the flaming sun sprite step by step. Aurora also stepped over the threshold, looked at the flaming sun sprite, and said, "It's an sprite egg that was born in the temple, and it can be considered to have finally returned home. It should be attracted by the statue of the sun god, and is flying towards that temple." Dake asked curiously, "The temple that enshrines the statue isn't in the depths?" Aurora shook her head and said, "Perhaps there's a bigger statue in the depths, but so far, we've only found it in the front hall of the temple. The entire temple is very large, and from what we've explored so far, it's roughly equivalent to half of the inner city." Dake recalled the size of the inner city of the Freedom Capital and nodded in agreement. Then it was really big. But from the looks of it, although Aurora and the others called it a temple, it wasn't as simple as a temple. Thinking about it carefully, City Lord Montefiore obviously had an ulterior motive for giving the flaming sun sprite egg unearthed from the temple as a birthday gift. She knew that she definitely couldn't swallow such a large treasure, so she took the initiative to leak the news to the Duke's mansion. Dark had a slight understanding of the situation, and continued to move forward. Unfortunately, after the Demon King execution ceremony, the Duke's mansion had been busy planning for the underworld fire, and neglected this temple. Perhaps after this exploration, he should remind them. Otherwise, according to the Freedom Capital's cautious mining speed, they probably wouldn't be able to extract anything even after 10 years. With that thought, Dake opened the magician's secretary and scanned it randomly. The architecture of the temple wasn't complicated. Whether it was the decorations on the walls or the furnishings placed in the corners, they were all divided according to the format of the sun god on the left and the moon god on the right. After walking for a while, he soon saw the temple that Aurora mentioned. There were 2 stone pillars at the entrance of the temple, and 2 mythological beasts were squatting on top of the pillars. It was still the same layout. The mythological beast on the left was a lion with a fiery mane. The mythological beast on the right was a female wolf with a horn of ice. Of course, the female wolf was Dake's own guess. Although lions and wolves weren't a pair, Dake had such a feeling. He stopped at the entrance and carefully felt the divine aura emanating from the temple. It was daytime now, and the aura of the sun god was obviously stronger, but after arriving here, he could also feel some cold aura of the moon god. The temple's door was tightly closed, and the flaming sun sprite stuck to the crack of the door, obviously wanting to drill in. After discovering that it couldn't drill in, it turned around and let out an aggrieved cry at Dake. Dake couldn't help but smile and ask, "There should be a special way to open the door, right?" Aurora nodded and said, "During the day, you need to inject the power of a fire elemental sprite into the fire lion statue. At night, you need to inject the power of an ice elemental sprite into the ice wolf statue." After saying that, she summoned her flaming sun sprite, and had it fly towards the fire lion statue. The flaming sun sprite was a kind of fire elemental sprite after all. The reason why they were able to find a way to open the temple's door was because City Lord Montefiore was a fire elemental sprite. Aurora's flaming sun sprite quickly flew in front of the fire lion statue, and then drilled in with great familiarity. The fire lion statue's skin gradually turned red, and its fluffy mane actually became like real flames. Its eyes then slowly opened. At the same time, the temple's left door also began to move to the left side. Dake's flaming sun sprite hurriedly drilled in as soon as a crack appeared in the door. Lily floated in the air and glanced at it, but didn't rashly enter. When the door on the left was completely opened, she rolled her eyes and flew in cautiously. Dake paused for a moment, then quickly followed and entered the temple. The divine aura in the temple was even richer. However, the entire temple was only the same size, and one could see the bottom at a glance. There were only 2 stone pillars in the temple. The one on the left had carvings of all kinds of fire attribute exotic beasts, and the one on the right had carvings of all kinds of ice attribute exotic beasts. Above their heads, one could see a scorching sun and an ice moon drawn on the ceiling. At the end of the temple, there was a stone platform that was 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. On the stone platform, the sun god and the moon god of this temple were squatting down. Naturally, they were both in beast form. The sun god and moon god's appearance were similar to the stone statues at the door. One had a lion as its main body, while the other had a wolf as its main body. However, the sun god had dragon claws, dragon scales, and dragon wings on the basis of a lion's appearance. The tail behind his buttocks was also like a snake's tail. The moon god's appearance was based on a wolf's appearance. It had 3 horns, 1 long and 2 short, but there were no wings or scales on its back. Its tail was also an ordinary wolf's tail, but its neck was very slender, making it look very gentle and beautiful. The 2 statues were the same, carved from jade. However, one was made of red jade, while the other was made of white jade. Around the claws of the 2 statues, red and white dots of light were scattered. Those were fairy eggs that were glowing. On the bodies of the statues, flaming sun sprites and ice moon sprites were clinging onto them, but they were basically sleeping. Dake's flaming sun sprite was mixed in with them. If it weren't for the inseparable connection between the 2 sides, it would be really difficult to distinguish. The divine aura is even richer. Dake let go of the magician's secretary and let it scan on its own, then walked toward the statue. The divine aura emitted by the sun god's statue was already comparable to that of the moon god's statue he found in the secret passage. He had almost no doubt that he could extract a large amount of sun god's pride from this statue. It was a pity that this temple had an owner, so he couldn't extract it for no reason. Moreover, once he extracted all the divine power from the sun god's statue, this underground temple would probably collapse like the moon god's temple. Of course, he wouldn't do such an act of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Some of the fairy eggs on the statue have always been there, and some were put in by us later, Aurora said. That's right. Ordinary ice fire sprites or ice fire fairy eggs can transform into flaming sun sprites or ice moon sprites after absorbing the power emitted by these 2 statues. Among them, the possibility of fairy eggs is higher. In other words, these 2 statues could continuously produce flaming sun sprites and ice moon sprites. With this opportunity to transform, they could also attract more ice fire sprites and provide others with the opportunity to become fairy envoys. This kind of hidden opportunity would certainly bring unimaginable wealth to the Freedom Capital. Just this alone was enough to show the great value of this temple. Hey! While Aurora was carefully explaining, Professor Lily suddenly stretched out his evil hand toward the moon god's statue. To be exact, he stretched out his evil hand toward the ice moon sprite eggs under the moon god's statue. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the fairy eggs around the wolf's claws. She couldn't wait to choose one to sign a contract with. It wasn't easy to sign a contract with an elemental fairy, but if it was a fairy egg, as long as she could find a treasure that she couldn't ask for, she could actually coax it into her hands. Although she didn't have a treasure of that level, she knew that Dake had a lot of them in his hands. Therefore, as long as she obtained a fairy egg, she could easily become a fairy envoys. Then, she could take some wool from Dake and cultivate the ice moon sprites into moon sprites. At that time, she would become a moon fairy envoys that only existed in legends. Perhaps even Sarah Urfu would be envious. Pooh! The aura of divinity suddenly fluctuated, and a burst of divine power suddenly emerged from the sun god statue's body. It quickly opened a layer of fiery red shield. Professor Lily's evil hand was forcibly blocked outside the shield. Lily raised his eyebrows and was about to throw a tantrum on the spot. "Professor!" Aurora hurriedly called out. The strength of the statue's shield was extremely high, but if it was Professor Lily who made the move, she really couldn't be sure, so she hurriedly stopped him. For all. Lily frowned and pouted his little mouth. His face was full of unhappiness, but he also withdrew his hand. Aurora hurriedly explained. "Only those who are favored by God can touch the statue. In the entire Freedom Capital, only my mother and I are favored. If you want an ice moon sprite egg, I can pray to the moon god tonight." Lily turned his head and said, "Then what about Dake? Can't he do it?" Aurora thought for a moment and said, "Although he has the favor of the sun sprites, whether he can obtain the favor of the sun god or not, he still needs to try." Dake's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "How do you want to try?" Aurora said, "It's very simple. As long as you kneel in front of the statue and pray for its favor in your heart, if you receive the favor of the sun god, you will receive a response. I had something to do this morning and went out. When I came back, I finally finished writing. I'm so sleepy, oh my, I accidentally stepped on a slippery monthly ticket. I fell to my death. Who threw it?" Chapter 778. Pray to God. Pray to God. Since ancient times, the method of communication between humans and gods was generally like this. In the era when gods walked the earth, the prayers of devout people could really reach the ears of gods. Even if they were thousands of miles away, gods could still sense it. If the god was in a good mood, or if he had a good impression of you, he would fulfill some of your wishes. This was also a real thing. The reason why gods could hear the prayers was because of the authority they held. Let's use a more vivid metaphor to explain. Heaven and earth was a network, and gods held the divine authority, which meant that they had successfully registered an account in this heaven and earth network, and obtained some rights to exercise freely. The prayers of the believers were like messages on this network, and they could naturally be seen by the account. But because of the big data system, only what the account owner wanted to hear and triggered the keywords would be really pushed to the account. Not to mention the broad concept of want to hear. The believers could guarantee that their prayers would be heard mainly because of the keywords. The so-called keywords were the true names of the gods, their authorities, or other attributes and characteristics. Remember the URL, MVIP can't you? 6. When multiple keywords were combined together, the classification would be more refined and precise, and it would be easier to reach the ears of gods. Of course, if the distance between the god and the believers was close enough, or if the god took the initiative to search, there would be no need for those cumbersome things. And the current situation was like this. The two statues in front of him were equivalent to the god's smuff. However, before the main account was unsealed, the only thing that could be obtained by praying to the smuff was probably the right to pass through the shield. Thinking of this, Dark walked forward and reached out his hand to touch the layer of shield. The shield looked fiery red, but in fact there was no flame burning. Dark had heard from Professor Midia's mouth that she had praised the sun god's protection that Aurora had released. It was a divine skill that could even block the Demon King outside. Aurora originally did not have the ability to use that divine skill, but she was in the Freedom City, and under her feet was the temple of the sun god and the moon god. When she used it with all her strength, it triggered the divine power of the sun god, which triggered the miracle. And the shield released by the statue of the sun god would not be weaker than the sun god's protection. However, when his fingers got closer, he felt that the temperature was not high, and he did not feel like he was being burned for the time being. Combined with Lily's previous situation, it seemed that this shield did not have any damage reflection effect. Dake pressed his finger against the shield, preparing to use his perception to analyze the composition of the shield. But when he pressed his finger, it went straight in. In front of him, it was as if the barrier was only there in name. Could it be that I've already received the favor of the sun god? There was a strange look in Dake's eyes as he took a step forward and entered the barrier. How could this be? Aurora's small face was filled with shock. Lily, on the other hand, blinked his eyes in dissatisfaction. Dake frowned slightly, but he wasn't excited. This was indeed the first time he had come to this divine temple, and he did not feel anything. It was not like when he had formed a contract with the Flaming Sun Elf, where he had a clear feeling. Therefore, he did not feel that he had received the favor of the Sun God. But since he had not received the favor of the Sun God, how could he pass through this barrier? Could it be? He thought carefully and suddenly saw that the group of Flaming Sun Elves lying on the statue of the Sun God moved. First, the one that belonged to him flew up, and then a nearby Flaming Sun Elf woke up from its slumber, followed by a second one, a third one in the blink of an eye. The Flaming Sun Elves that looked like small suns all flew up, like fireflies in a summer forest, and flew towards him. Then one by one, the Flaming Sun Elves changed positions, flying from the statue of the Sun God to his head, shoulders, and directly rushing towards his face. If he hadn't waved his hand to disperse them, his entire face would have been covered. It seems that compared to the statue, they like me more, Dake said with an expressionless face. Little Lily, who was outside the barrier, desperately changed his point of view. Looking at his appearance full of elves, he giggled. On the other hand, Aurora quietly took 2 deep breaths to suppress the shock in her heart. Dake passed through the barrier released by the statue of the Sun God, as if it was nothing. And his attraction to the Flaming Sun Elves was even stronger than the statue of the Sun God. These two phenomena appeared at the same time, which could only mean that he had the characteristics of the Sun God more than the statue of the Sun God. While she was shocked because of this, Professor Lily said with shining eyes, Dake, can you bring 1 or 2 out? Dake pondered for a moment, then retreated, trying to leave the barrier. But after he left, the group of Flaming Sun Elves did not follow. They flew away from him and flew around inside the shield like headless flies for a while. Then they all slowly flew back to the statue of the Sun God and fell asleep again. It's not possible? Professor Lily's tone could not hide the disappointment. Aurora hurriedly said, These Flaming Sun Elves have a close connection with the statue of the Sun God. Only the Flaming Sun Elves that have formed a contract with someone can fly out of the barrier. But those elven eggs are not restricted, and you can take them as you wish. Dake's heart stirred and he asked, How many can I take? Aurora revealed a faint smile and said, You can take as many as you want. With the help that Dake and the others provided to the Freedom Capital during the magical beast tide, even if they took all the elven eggs here, no one in the Freedom Capital would say a word. But Dake was not a greedy person. He looked at the Flaming Sun elven eggs around the lion's claw, and pondered, Then I'll take 2 more. He actually wanted to take 9 more to make 10 small suns, but 9 was too many, so he could only settle for the next best thing, and make 3 out of 2. Professor Shi-Erfu had 3 wind elves, so it was not too much for him to ask for 3 Flaming Sun elves, right? Then I want a total of 3 Frost Moon elves. Professor Lily flew over. It was still Aurora who said, The number of elemental spirits is not necessarily better, and even if they are all fire elemental spirits, different fire elemental spirits will have different fire characteristics. So too many fire elemental spirits will cause the purity of the elves' flames to decrease. And if you want to elementalize like Professor Shi-Erfu, you have to maintain an extremely high purity. Dake frowned slightly and asked, Doesn't Professor Shi-Erfu have 3 wind elves? Aurora shook her head and continued to explain. Not just 3. Professor Sylph actually had more wind elemental sprites, but all of her wind elemental sprites were split from the original one. So every wind elemental spirit has the same nature. So that's how they came to be? Dake suddenly understood. Then he turned to the 2 maids and asked, Sister Olga, what about you? Olga said, Young master, don't bite off more than you can chew. Then forget it. Dake didn't ask any more questions. The Sun God statue's attributes were fire and light, but it was different from Pride, which was more light-oriented. The Sun God statue's attribute was more fire-oriented. But if Pride was continuously fed, it would sooner or later transform into a light elemental spirit. Olga's main attribute was light, so it was a good fit. But since Olga didn't have any intention of being light-oriented, then forget it. After he stepped back into the barrier, he turned to look at the Frost Moon Elf egg at the foot of the Moon God statue. Since he didn't need the Flaming Sun Elf egg, Then he would take 2 Frost Moon Elf eggs. One for himself, and one for Lily. The moon god statue would sleep during the day, and even the Frost Moon Elf on it wouldn't move. Dake casually picked 2 Frost Moon Elf eggs, and then retreated from the barrier. Lily immediately came over, and took one of them without hesitation. Fairies were actually a race that leaned towards the moon. Dake lowered his head to look at the remaining Frost Moon Elf egg in his hand, and summoned the moon god's soul eye on the spot. Although he didn't bring the stored bliss here, the moon god's mirror of the moon god's soul had stored a large amount of moon god's bliss. This moon god version of bliss was probably more suitable than his own bliss to feed the Frost Moon Elf egg. It was inconvenient to store the elf egg temporarily, so it was better to hatch it on the spot. However, the moment the figure of the moon god's soul appeared, the ground beneath her feet suddenly began to shake. The moon god statue that was supposed to be sleeping actually emitted a cold light. Young City Lord, Tom and Jerry, who were guarding outside the door, immediately rushed in. But at this time, the light emitted by the moon god statue had already overpowered the barrier released by the sun god statue. Suddenly, it engulfed the entire temple, and the temple was dyed silver. At this moment, the moon god statue actually opened its eyes without any warning. The divine aura in the temple instantly became extremely dense. Go out and guard. Aurora raised her hand, indicating for the 2 guards to leave the temple. Tom and Jerry looked at each other. Not only did they retreat, but they also closed the door of the temple. It could be said that they were extremely considerate. After isolating themselves from the outside world, the people in the temple stared at the moon god statue. But after the moon god statue opened its eyes, it continued to stare at the moon god's soul, not moving at all. Aurora was shocked. Her Frost Moon Elf had already flown out from the brooch, and frequently flashed around her. Even when she received the blessings of the sun god statue and the moon god statue at the same time, the 2 statues didn't open their eyes. She didn't know why the moon god statue opened its eyes. She didn't even know that it could open its eyes. In the wolf eyes, the silver moon was reflected, just like in Professor Midya's eyes. The moon god's soul that was summoned by Dake looked as if it didn't know what was going on, and it stared at the moon god statue. But this situation didn't last for long, and the moon god's soul's face suddenly showed an expression of ecstasy. Then, the light that illuminated the entire palace receded like a tide, instantly returning to the body of the moon goddess statue. The moon god statue closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep again. Inside the temple, peace was restored. After a short moment of silence, Dake looked at the moon god's soul and asked, "Why are you ecstatic?" The moon god's soul immediately said in surprise, "Too. You look very too now." Dake's heart flashed with a trace of helplessness. But in the next second he was suddenly stunned. He suddenly picked up the moon god's soul eye and transferred magic into the magic card. Soon he received information from the magic card, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. 2. From 1% to 2%. Moon god 1%, moon god 2%. This moon god statue actually gave the moon god's soul a trace of divinity. Although it was only a 1% increase, it was a groundbreaking breakthrough. It had been more than half a year since the moon god's soul eye was refined, and it finally took the first solid step towards becoming a real moon god. Just as he was pleasantly surprised by this, the moon god's soul suddenly pounced at him and pecked at his face, catching him off guard. *3 The atmosphere in the temple suddenly froze. Now that things had developed to this point, there was no need to hide anything about the moon god's soul. Dake gave Professor Lily a look, and the latter immediately understood. With a flick of his finger, he opened a barrier to isolate sound and perception. Dake then said solemnly, "My moon god's soul was refined using a trace of the moon god statue's remnant soul as the core. It has a trace of divinity that belongs to the moon god. If it can absorb more of the divinity that belongs to the moon god, it will have a chance to reforge its divinity, obtain the moon god's authority, and become a real moon god. Just now, it absorbed a trace of divinity from the wolf statue of the moon god." Aurora and the others were shocked as they tried their best to digest this piece of information. Only Professor Lily immediately asked, "How much is it missing?" Dake said 98%. Ah. Lily immediately opened his mouth, his face full of disappointment. Dake laughed, haha. Compared to the god of wisdom in the Shungmalian Academy that had already revived 2/3 of the moon god's soul, a 2% moon god's soul was nothing. However, after Aurora and Angry digested this piece of information, they could not hide their surprise. Aurora immediately asked, "Then how can we find more of the divinity that belongs to the moon god?" Dake said, "Probably we have to find more moon god temples like this one." "Then where can we find them?" Aurora frowned and immediately became worried. Dake said, "I found 2 moon god temples in the secret passage of the Academy's castle, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find them again. However, I know that Professor Midya once found a love magic formation in one of the moon god temples. If you need, you can ask her for clues." "That's just one moon god temple." Lily's face, which was full of disappointment, seemed to have changed. He swayed his face in front of Dake proudly as if saying, "Ask me, ask me." Dake smiled and said, "But I think that a knowledgeable adventurer like Professor Lily must know the location of more moon god temples." "That's right." Lily raised her head and patted her chest loudly. "Papa," Aurora said calmly. "Then Professor Lily, can you tell us the location of the moon god temples that you have explored?" Lily said, "Of course, but I have to think about it carefully. When we return to the surface, I will write it down for you." Aurora smiled and said, "No hurry, it won't be too late to give it to you when we return to the Academy. When the time comes, I will send this information back and send the maids to explore it first. Then, we will use this as a foundation to search for more moon god temples." After digesting the information that Dake revealed, Aurora immediately realized the importance of this information. Once this information was sent back, searching for moon god temples to help the moon god's soul reforge the divinity would immediately become the next priority of the Duke's mansion. Compared to such an important missions like continuing to collect the underworld fire had to be relegated to the back burner. After the Shungmalian Academy created their own god, the Duke's mansion finally had the opportunity to create their own god. Even if there was still 98% progress to reforge the divinity, it must be done. And from the information that they had, the young master's moon god was different from the Shungmalian Academy's god of wisdom. He clearly had perfect control over the moon god. This meant that once they succeeded, the moon god would really belong to them. With the moon god, the Duke's mansion would finally have the qualifications to occupy a place in the future of the recovery of the gods. This atmosphere was maintained for more than 10 minutes before slightly dissipating. Aurora passed through the shield and checked the statue of the moon wolf. After a while, she exited the shield and was obviously relieved. Dake asked, "How is it?" Aurora said, "Not much has changed." This was a good thing. But Dake could not help but frown after hearing this. "It is still intact after losing the divinity of the origin. Could it be that the divinity of the origin is not necessary for the statue? Then, could it be that not every statue in the moon god temple has the divinity of the origin?" Aurora also frowned and said, "It seems so. But it is not a big problem. If one is not enough, we can find another one. What we need is a method to extract the divinity of the origin, and a storage device." Dake nodded and said, "In short, we will study it when we go back." At this time, standing at the back, Angry, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted and said, "Didn't you say that there might be undiscovered statues in the depths of this temple?" Angry's words clearly gave them a wake-up call, and it also gave them a clearer goal for this exploration of the temple. Dake and the others were reinvigorated. After hatching the Frost Moon Elf egg, they prepared to go deeper into the temple and continue exploring. Dark calmed the excited moon god's soul, and carefully took out his precious demon brain dropper from his bag. He carefully inserted it into the moon god's mirror, on the chest of the moon god's soul. Ah! Accompanied by the screams of the magic brain dropper, Dake extracted the first drop of moon god's version of bliss, and injected it into the thinking bottle. After more than 10 times, there was a thin layer of liquid in the thinking bottle. He then put his Frost Moon Elf egg into it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, The moon god's version of bliss in the thinking bottle was rapidly decreasing. And the frost moon elf egg indeed emitted a joyful aura. After absorbing all of the moon god's version of bliss, it even jumped twice in joy. Then, thin cracks appeared on its eggshell. Hey! Professor Lily suddenly came over, and excitedly watched the cracks on the frost moon elf egg grow bigger and bigger. A little elf emitting a cold aura suddenly broke out of the shell. Then this newly born frost moon elf knocked open the membrane of the thinking bottle with a bayou sound and bumped into Lily's forehead. Under the condition of firing, Lily slapped her own forehead with a paw sound. She was shocked. She put down her hand and opened her palm. The originally round frost moon elf was now lying flat in her palm. Dake, Aurora, Olga, angry, little demon beast, moon god's soul. The poor little fellow was paralyzed in Professor Lily's palm. It twitched and couldn't get up for a long time. But under everyone's gaze, Professor Lily's expression changed several times. It went from "Io, I'm in trouble," to "What the hell is this? What's going on?" Dake asked. Lily said with a strange expression. "It told me that it can't move. It needs Grandma to get up." Everyone looked at each other. Dake suddenly said, "Congratulations, you've received the Frost Moon Elf's favor. Looks like the contract was successfully formed." Aurora also said with a smile, "Fairies were originally a race loved by nature. As long as their attributes were suitable, it was easy to receive the favor of elemental fairies." Lily smiled shamelessly. "Then I'll give mine to Dake." Dake smiled and took back the Frost Moon Elf egg he gave her before. He repeated the previous steps. This time, the surrounding people intentionally moved away. He quickly pressed down on the opening of the thinking bottle, and smoothly formed a contract with the Frost Moon Elf. This way he had a Flaming Sun Elf and a Frost Moon Elf just like Aurora. After that he drew even more Moon God's version bliss from the Moon God mirror, and then stuffed 3 Frost Moon Elves into the Moon God's version bliss. Now that he had a lot of Moon God's version bliss, he didn't need to be stingy on this. However, although he was rich enough, the Frost Moon Elves' appetites were only that big. Not long after, the 3 Frost Moon Elves were all full, and fell into a deep sleep. What awaited them was a long sleep, and the transformation after they woke up. Professor Lily happily stuffed his Frost Moon Elf into his chest. Aurora also happily put away her Frost Moon Elf. Dake hid his Frost Moon Elf in his hair. He and the Flaming Sun Elf each took half. After everything was taken care of, they left the temple. At this time, Tom and Jerry had been waiting at the door for a whole hour. The two kept to their duties and were always on duty. They didn't ask about what happened in the temple. "How do we go next?" Tom asked. Dake looked around and said, "How many paths are there?" Tom smiled. "It can only be said that it goes in all directions." Dake thought for a moment and asked, "Then, how long will it take to finish exploring the path?" Tom said, "If we walk in a straight line, an hour or 2 is enough." "I see." Dake said, "Then let's walk forward for a while and find the paths with special patterns, runes, diagrams, or buildings." Tom immediately said, "No problem." Then the group continued to go deeper. City Lord Montier Folly had been excavating and exploring this temple for some time. Because of this, the dangers in the path ahead were basically cleared. Unless they encountered magic beasts that lived underground, there wouldn't be any danger along the way. But the journey forward wasn't boring. In addition to Tom and Jerry livening up the atmosphere, the special buildings and mysterious patterns they encountered along the way were also very attractive. Dake recorded and checked, trying to find some inspiration that could be used to perfect the Great Sin Eyes. Because of this, they didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, they tried to go around the places they had already explored. Half a day later, Dake took out his pocket watch and found that it was already 11:30 in the afternoon. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they found a relatively flat space and set up camp. Aurora took her oversized backpack from the back of the heavy armored rhino. Then she took out the kitchen utensils one by one and assembled a stove on the spot. "It's a pity that we didn't encounter any underground magic beasts." Aurora set up the stove and felt a bit regretful. Olga nodded her head in agreement and started to heat up the pot with her. But There were indeed 2 chefs hidden in this small group. They were in charge of cooking. Tom and Jerry were in charge of collecting firewood. Ungra was in charge of guarding. Dake and Lily were in charge of tasting. Everyone had a clear division of labor and was harmonious. Cheers and laughter filled the air. After eating and drinking, they rested on the spot. When they set off again, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The group continued to move forward. Although they were still in high spirits, there was a hint of lethargy. At about 1:30, they finally encountered their first danger after entering the temple. It wasn't a magic beast underground. Instead, it was a pattern on the wall that came alive. As they went deeper into the temple, they couldn't see the surrounding walls. Some areas were filled with houses like the city area. Another area was a wasteland. When they looked up, they could only see the top of the cave. However, in such a wasteland, there was a seemingly dilapidated wall standing in the middle of it. Half of the wall had collapsed. The other half was also crooked due to the change in the terrain. The wall was less than 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. It was not eye-catching at all. When Dake and the others passed by this place, Tom and Jerry didn't even mention it. However, Dake didn't want to leave anything behind. He still walked over. After all, there was something drawn on the wall. Then, the pattern on the wall suddenly drilled out of the wall. The originally messy lines actually formed a large snake as they drilled out. The moment the large snake was successfully formed, the lines on its body instantly emitted a black light. Like ink, the large snake's body was smeared all over. It turned into a giant python. The giant python was covered in filth and had a turbid aura. Its body contracted and then released, and then it pounced on Dake. Fortunately, Dake's reaction was extremely fast. Almost instantly, he pulled out the holy sword at his waist and slashed like lightning. A flash of white light instantly purified the giant python. Even the broken wall was blasted into pieces. Dake couldn't help but look at the wall fragments on the ground with regret. He hurriedly asked the magician's secretary if there was a record. It wasn't until the magician's secretary repeatedly nodded 3 times that he recovered. Olga, who had killed the giant python with 1 strike, quickly walked over and cautiously looked at the fragments on the ground. Tom and Jerry hurriedly ran over with a look of disbelief. Tom opened his mouth and said, "I should have checked this wall." Dake frowned slightly and asked, "There was no reaction when you checked it?" "Yes," Tom said with certainty. "I even climbed up to take a look. There was no reaction." Dake nodded and said, "That should be a trap that is triggered under certain conditions. It seems that we have to be more careful in our exploration." He suddenly saw Jerry quickly walk over and pick up a fragment from the ground to examine carefully. He couldn't help but walk over to take a closer look. He saw that on the fragment in Jerry's hand, there was a complete drawing of a snake's eye. However, in Dake's impression, there were only messy lines on the wall, and there wasn't such a specific drawing. He was puzzled, so he summoned the magician's secretary and flipped to the page where the drawing on the wall was recorded. There was indeed a snake's eye, but it was located at the corner of the wall. Other than this snake's eye, the rest of the lines were messy and didn't have any formation runes. Dake carefully looked at it and knew that he couldn't decipher any useful information from these lines. Thus, he took out a bag from his bag and put the fragment with the snake's eye into the bag, sealed it, and stuffed it into his backpack. "Let's continue forward." Dake raised his head, not surprised but happy. The most terrible thing about exploration was that there was no reward. After this sudden encounter, the atmosphere of the team became more lively. Professor Li, who was originally lazily floating in the air, began to jump up and down again. After only 10 minutes, they encountered a second danger. It was a trap that was triggered by Aurora's foot when they passed through a small path that only allowed 3 people to walk side by side. Before today, although Aurora knew a lot about this underground temple, she had never gone deep. At most, she had walked around the temple from before. Thus, like Dake and the others, it was her first time coming to such a deep place. The trap that she stepped on was stepped on by Tom and the heavy-armored rhinoceros. However, Tom, who had the ability to sense danger, didn't feel any danger. The heavy-armored rhinoceros stepped on it so heavily, but it didn't trigger the trap. Instead, when Aurora walked past, two large snakes suddenly appeared on both sides of the path and pounced on her from the left and right. The speed of the two large snakes was extremely fast. Aurora only had time to raise her hand and then swing it down heavily. Bang! Bang! Dake walked in front and was about to turn around when he heard two loud noises. When he looked again, the two large snakes had lost their heads. They twitched on the ground twice before turning into black smoke and dissipating. Everyone looked at each other and immediately sped up. Soon, they passed through the small path and returned to a more open place. After these two encounters, Dake already had a guess. These two traps are very likely targeted at the elf messengers. To be precise, they are targeted at the Flaming Sun elf messengers and the Icy Moon elf messengers. Although I don't know why there are traps targeted at the favored ones in the temples of the Sun God and the Moon God, now it seems that this is very likely. So from now on, Aurora, Professor Li, and I have to be more careful. Aurora nodded solemnly. Professor Li also nodded desperately. However, when Dake saw her expression, he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the following journey, Professor Li began her road of stepping on traps with all her might. Thus one trap after another was actively activated by her. This journey became more and more thrilling and exciting. Along the way, when it was almost 3 o'clock, they finally met a temple expedition team. It's Captain Katrin of the 9th team, Tom whispered in Dake's ear. Unknowingly, he had changed from reporting to Aurora to reporting to Dake. There were more than 30 people in the 9th team. According to Tom, each person in this expedition team could take care of themselves. They were much more powerful than the guards at the gate. However, the members of this team were in an exceptionally sorry state. The captain of the team, named Katrin, ran at the front and began to remind them to escape before they got close. When they got close, the captain of the team saw that Dake was unfamiliar, so she continued to shout, "I don't know who you are, but it's very dangerous here. Turn around and retreat immediately." When she got closer, she finally saw Aurora and exclaimed on the spot, "Reorganize the defense line and protect the young city lord." The 30 people immediately adjusted their formation. Some people spread out to the sides, some instantly turned around, and some immediately stopped. In the blink of an eye, the 30 people formed an arc-shaped defense line in front of Dake and the others, facing the rolling sand and dust that swept over. As for Captain Katrin, she hurriedly ran over and anxiously asked, "Aurora, why are you here?" However, Aurora was not flustered. "Aunt Katrin, what happened?" Katrin looked around and her gaze quickly stopped on Professor Li, but her mouth did not stop at all. "It's a salon. There's a group of salons frozen in a valley. We thought that they had mistakenly entered here and had already frozen to death. Unexpectedly, as soon as someone approached, the ice began to melt, and at least 100 salons woke up from the ice. Although we are not afraid of salons, if we fight with 100 salons underground, it will definitely cause damage, so we chose to temporarily avoid the danger." "If it's just a salon." Aurora looked at Dake. Dake smiled and nodded, then ordered, "Angry, go and don't let those salons have a chance to cause damage." Angry nodded slightly and walked all the way from the back to the front. Under the astonished gazes of more than 30 people in the 9th team, he single-handedly charged towards the roaring salons. 2 minutes later, more than 100 salons were cut into pieces by the flying water blades and buried forever in the sand and dust. Angry silently returned and retreated to the back of the team. The members of the 9th team, who had maintained their formation, waited until Angry walked past them before they suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground one by one without caring about their image. Captain Katrin also touched her nose a little awkwardly and asked Aurora, "Little Aurora, aren't you going to introduce us?" Aurora said, "Aunt Katrin, you haven't reported to the residents these days, otherwise you should know each other." Katrin laughed and said, "It's not easy to have a few days off, so of course we have to seize the time to drink a few more cups. How can we have time to report to the residents?" Aurora sighed and said seriously, "Drinking is bad for the body." Katrin replied casually, "It will be sad if you don't drink." Aurora could only change the topic. "Can you take us to the bottom of the valley?" I'm interested in the spell that can freeze salons and not kill them. Of course, no problem, but... Katrin paused for a moment, probably wanting to wait until they had explored, but because of Angry's extraordinary strength, she suddenly could not say it. Aurora took the opportunity to introduce the identities of the members of both sides. When she introduced Dake, Katrin suddenly said, "You're Dake Dimming?" Dake looked at her and smiled. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Katrin smiled and patted Dake's shoulder with satisfaction. "You're not bad." Dake. Although he did not know why, after knowing his name, Katrin's attitude clearly became much more intimate. The group gathered together and walked forward over the salon's corpses. Soon, they arrived at the valley where the salons were frozen. However, when Dake arrived, what he saw was not a valley, but a quagmire. The ice that froze the salons melted into water and mixed with the sand in the valley, finally stirring into a quagmire. Dake observed carefully and could not help but wonder. How did those salons get frozen? The quagmire blocked the path. However, on the other side of the quagmire, there was only a plain without any abnormalities. Katrin said, "Before we know how those salons got frozen, it's very unwise to try to cross directly to the other side. So, it's best to wait for us to investigate before we act. Our team number 9 is the most professional in this field." However, just as she said this, she suddenly realized that someone had already flown to the other side. It was the little fairy that she had noticed from the beginning. As expected, the little fairy race is a scourge. Katrin gritted her teeth, as if she had been poisoned by the little fairy a long time ago. However, that little fairy was the young city lord's guest after all, so she could not ignore it, prepare to save them. The more than 30 members of team number 9 immediately focused. However, in just a moment, that little fairy had already flown to the center of the valley, humming a little tune. La 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 la, ding dang, ding dang, little fairy. It's really difficult to maintain more than 10,000 chapters a day for a long time. Today's chapter took a long time to write. I'm not sure when I'll be able to finish it tomorrow, so I'm warning you in advance. There are only 2 days left for the double monthly ticket event. Brothers who have monthly tickets, please cast them. After the event ends, it will be very difficult to get them back. Chapter 779. The fairies' singing was still in their ears, and the temperature above the valley dropped to freezing point without warning. Before the people standing on this side of the valley could react, the fairy flying in the air had already turned into ice. Katrin's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out a name. The person who was called by her clasped his hands together and glared at the sky. An invisible force suddenly swept over, trying to retrieve the little fairy who was frozen in the air. However, the ice in the air didn't show any signs of falling. Dake and the others behind Katrin didn't show any signs of nervousness either. In the next second, the ice exploded instantly. The fairy broke through the ice and came out. Professor Lily shook her head in front of everyone's shocked eyes, and a piece of ice crystals fell. Then, she bent down slightly and flew down. Website. https://m. VIP can't you? VIP just now, when she was instantly sealed in ice, she keenly captured the source of that power. However, after flying down, she stared at the dirty quagmire with her eyes wide open, looking unhappy. Why is it down here? Professor Lily frowned and raised a finger. As magic power condensed, her fingertip gradually glowed. Go. She pointed at the quagmire below, and a circle of light suddenly appeared above the quagmire, driving away the surrounding mud. Then, she took out a magic elf card from her card bag and summoned with her voice. In the name of Lily Laplace, magic summoning. Illusion butterfly. As the summoning light gradually lit up, a palm-sized pink butterfly drilled out of the magic card, and then flew around Lily. Suddenly, it exploded into smoke and turned into a fairy that looked exactly like Professor Lily, but with butterfly wings and was only half a meter tall. This illusion butterfly giggled twice, then flew down and drilled into the ground. Obviously, it also had the ability to penetrate objects. At the edge of the valley, Dake took 2 steps forward and saw the butterfly that drilled into the ground. He thought to himself, Could it be that this butterfly-like magic guiding sprite can also transform? After a short while, the illusion butterfly emerged from the ground again, holding a bead the size of its head in its hand. The bead was smooth and round, and it emitted a cold air. However, there were no ice crystals on its surface. Lily took the ice bead and pointed to another place. The illusion butterfly dived into the ground again and took out another ice bead. By the time she withdrew the illusion butterfly, she had already taken out a total of 12 ice beads. These 12 ice beads were originally evenly distributed underground in this valley. If one thought about it carefully, they would realize that they were located at the 12 intersections of a hexagram array. After Professor Lily took them all out, he waved his hand and made them circle in a circle. Then he pointed his finger and activated the energy in them with magic. The 12 ice beads glowed at the same time and gathered towards the center. Whoosh! A beam of light suddenly shot out from the center and hit the quagmire. As for the quagmire that was hit by the beam of light, it froze almost instantly. It seems that we've found the reason why the salons were frozen. Dake smiled and activated the flight spell, flying down. Lily saw him coming and immediately turned to greet him, presenting the 12 ice beads to him as if they were treasures. Dake asked curiously, "There should be a magic array set up underground, right?" Lily said, "That magic array is only used to detect external enemies and activate these beads. With these 12 beads, we can set up a new magic array at any time." Dake nodded slightly, took off his right glove, and touched one of the ice beads. A moment later he understood. So that's how it is. These beads not only contain the energy of the ice element, but also the energy of life. When those salons were frozen, it was this energy of life that preserved their lives. Lily said happily, "These beads are practically made to make living specimens. I'll take them back and study them. I'll ask Hazair to make a batch." Then the two flew back to the valley and explained to the others. After listening, Aurora said that she still had space in her backpack to store the beads. However, Lily decisively refused and continued to control the magic to make the beads float in the air, sometimes in an S shape, and sometimes in a B shape. He was having a lot of fun. After that, Caitlin sent people down to the valley and searched carefully. After confirming that there were no more dangers in the valley, they continued to move forward with regret. When everyone gathered on the other side of the valley, Caitlin said with a serious face, "From here on out, it will be an unexplored land. Everyone must be extra careful and not be as reckless as before." However, before she finished speaking, she found that Professor Lily had already flown happily toward the unknown land ahead. The 12 ice beads surrounded him like 12 blue lamps, brightly illuminating the slightly dark path. "Quick! Keep up!" Caitlin gritted her teeth and was forced to speed up. Dake and the others covered their mouths and laughed. 2 hours later, the group stopped in a temple-like building, cleaned up the ground and rested temporarily. In these short 2 hours, the number 9 exploration team experienced the most exciting period since entering the temple. They never thought that an underground exploration could be like this. Almost all the traps were triggered by Professor Lily. Most of them were fire and ice elemental traps, but there were also many traps that leaned towards the dark elemental. The first two looked like the normal mechanism of this temple, but the latter was obviously incompatible with the style of this temple, and was full of a strange feeling. The members of the number 9 exploration team were frightened by the traps that were constantly triggered. Even if they stopped to rest, they were always vigilant and would immediately jump up at the slightest movement. They obviously couldn't adapt to Professor Lily's style very well. There was no distinction between day and night underground. They couldn't see the sun high in the sky or the moon setting, but their biological clock would tell them that it was time to eat. It was impossible to explore the temple for only a day. The number 9 team brought their own dry food, enough to ensure the needs of 30 people for a week. However, when they saw the young city lord take out all kinds of ingredients from the huge backpack, the dry food suddenly didn't taste good. The ingredients were limited, and Aurora couldn't prepare 30 more portions of dinner, so she could only call Katrin to eat with her. However, she didn't expect Katrin to pick up a bowl full of delicious food and run over to show off. The entire team suddenly became chaotic. However, After the meal, Aurora solemnly called Katrin to her side and talked some sense into her. When Dake and the others set off again, they had returned to the state of only 5 people. The number 9 exploration team, Tom, and Jerry didn't go with them. We can't let them be scared all the time. Dake looked at Professor Lily, who was excited again after eating and drinking to his heart's content, and sighed slightly. Although the people in the number 9 exploration team were all elites, there were too many people. If they continued to travel, they really couldn't take care of them. And next, they had to speed up. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it was, not to mention that there were 3 flaming sun, ice moon, elf envoys among them. The traps triggered by the elf envoys were obviously more dangerous than normal traps. Thus, it was better for the 2 sides to move separately. It also prevented them from reaching areas they shouldn't be able to reach. All right, let's stop here. Dake clapped his hands and forcibly pulled Professor Lily back. Then he solemnly said, "Now that we are deep into the unknown, the level of danger will only get higher and higher. Some little fairies better behave." Lily, ha 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 ha. Dake, there are obvious traps in this temple for the sun and moon elf envoys. Something must have happened before it was buried underground. Perhaps the path behind has been eroded by some evil things. However, we won't retreat just like that. Whether it's to help the Freedom City get rid of this potential threat or to find more idols, we have to investigate to the end. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken out a magic card. It was Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye. This Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye, was naturally the one with consciousness. Dake's expression turned serious as he silently summoned, "In the name of Dake Dimming, I summon Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye." The light released from the card condensed in front of everyone, and turned into a goddess with a cold appearance. The difficulty of finding idols in this temple that didn't have a specific route was no less than finding the Moon God Palace, in the secret passage of the Academy. Moreover, he couldn't gouge out the eyeballs of the 2 idols and let Greedy Slime too use it to locate them. Since that was the case, he could only rely on this Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye. In fact, long before he made this magic card, Dake had thought of using it in Greedy Slime too, to find new temples in the secret passage. However, he didn't do it. He didn't expect that the first time he tried it would be outside the secret passage. "Hello, sister." Aurora saw Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye, and greeted her obediently. Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye nodded slightly at her, completely accepting her. Although they had been traveling together for the past few days, Dake didn't expect them to have such a relationship. However, Lily immediately came over and looked at Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye, with her eyes wide open. She asked curiously, "Your magic fairy, other than reading minds, can it also find the way?" Dake smiled. "It's divine. I can see the flow of air, especially the flow of divine air. Once it's activated, it can greatly increase its perception of divinity. Believe me, as long as there are idols in the depths of this temple, it will definitely be able to find them." Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye frowned and said, "I haven't tried." Dake didn't care. "Then let's try." Then everyone looked at Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye. Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye, raised its hand and parted its bangs, revealing the vertical crack on its forehead. It opened its 2 fingers and opened its eyelids, revealing a round purple eyeball. It had already activated Divine Eye. Divine Eye didn't have a cooldown. As long as Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye had magic power, it could last forever. Dake wasn't anxious and waited quietly. After a while, Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye closed its eyes, but its 3rd eye was still open. Its eyeball rolled between its eyelids, revealing a slightly creepy look. It seemed to be thinking and distinguishing. After a while, it opened its eyes, but it already had a clear direction. "You sensed it?" Dake asked in surprise. Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Heart's Eye said, "Yes, other than the one at the back, there are 3 other places with divinity, but they are all very weak. 2 of them even have no divine air flowing out." Dake immediately frowned and asked, "Can you sense other auras?" Illusory Beast, Goddess of the Hearts. I shook its head slowly. I'm only a one-star magic elf after all. Then what do we do next? Dake asked everyone. Lily immediately suggested that they go straight to the place that was the furthest but had a stronger divinity aura, and still had divine air flowing out. However, Aurora felt that they should go from the nearest place to the furthest place. They should first check the place where there was no divine air flowing out, find out what exactly blocked or eliminated the divine air, and then go to the furthest place. Then, after careful consideration, Olga took Aurora's side. Ungra seconded. The vote was 3-1, and the result was very obvious. Dake said, then let's go to the closest place on the left first. Illusory beast. Goddess of the Hearts. I nodded slightly and began to lead the way. But it walked too slowly. Dake had no choice but to summon a illusory beast, monster of all forms, and order it to transform into a heavy armored rhino, and let it ride. Only then did they speed up again. Everyone's choice was actually very obvious. Putting aside Lily, Aurora wanted to find out the reason, and find out what dangers were hidden in this temple. Olga, on the other hand, made the same choice with Dake's safety as the priority. As for which choice was better, they could only see from the results. Because they had a very clear goal, everyone no longer explored around. They almost went straight ahead, shortening the travel time to the limit. Although there were many dangers along the way, with Professor Lily taking the lead and Olga overseeing the team, they were scared but not in danger. But in terms of harvest, the only thing was probably the fragments that also had the snake eyes engraved on them. Dake's small backpack could no longer hold the fragments, so they basically stuffed everything they obtained into Aurora's large backpack. Then, after more than an hour, they finally arrived at the first target location on the left. There was also a temple standing there, but it was in a dilapidated state. There's only one day left for the double monthly votes event. I guarantee that I'll vote for the minimum monthly votes. Perhaps I'm really too tired today. I suddenly fell asleep while writing after dinner. When I woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. I used to fall asleep after 12 o'clock. Sigh. Chapter 780. Looks like it's here. Just as Dake was about to take a closer look, he saw Lily wave her hand. 12 ice beads lined up in a row and flew straight towards the temple door. The blue light emitted by the ice beads illuminated the dark and dilapidated temple door, making it look even more treacherous. It was completely different from the temple in the front hall. Half of the left side of this temple was embedded in the stone wall, and half of the fire lion statue's head was even corroded. It didn't look magical at all. As for the ice wolf statue on the right, only its feet were left. The main door, which was guarded by 2 stone statues in the middle, was hanging there loosely as if it would collapse with a gentle push. An ice bead carefully probed in and dispelled the haze in the temple that hadn't been illuminated for a long time. However, the white skeleton that was illuminated caused even more coldness to surge in. Mind's eye. Dake stared at the huge skeleton standing in the temple and asked, "Mind's eye goddess," with a questioning tone. Mind's eye goddess whispered, "There's no divinity flowing in this skeleton." Dake let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly tried to pull Lily back. However, Lily only observed for 2 seconds before she followed the ice beads into the temple. Remember the URL. MVIP, can't you? VIP. The moment she entered, the skeleton began to move. Oh no! Dake immediately pressed down on the hilt of his sword. As a magister, he should have reached for his card bag immediately. However, he had the moon god's soul floating behind him, which could allow him to evolve into a moon god immediately. Therefore, he only needed to wave his sword to block the incoming attack within 3 seconds before the evolution, and he could participate in the battle as a moon god. However, in reality, he didn't even need to do anything. Ungra and Olga had already protected him, and Aurora in the middle. Little Auntie, who was sitting on the huge backpack, was startled. However, it also had the toy chick beside it to protect it, so it wasn't too dangerous. At this time, Professor Lily had already rushed into the hall. Even if the pale skeleton suddenly moved, she was not afraid at all. She waved her hand and the 12 ice beads immediately turned into weapons, smashing the bone claws in front of her into pieces. Dake felt his heart ache. This huge skeleton stood in the hall. It could be said that it was the first skeleton they had seen after entering the temple. They did not know if it was left behind by a guard of the temple or an enemy. If it could be taken apart and retrieved, it would definitely be of great research value. Who would have thought that before he could take a closer look, a bone claw would be smashed into pieces? As for the scattered bone fragments, they seemed to have lost the support of some special power, and were finally swallowed by thousands of years of time. Before they fell to the ground, they turned into ashes. Dake wanted to shout, "Spare the bone!" But considering the danger of holding back, he held back. As expected, that skeleton wasn't that simple. After its bone claw was shattered, it became even more ferocious. Its originally empty left eye suddenly lit up with a dark green light, like a snake's pupil. A thick spine stood up straight, and its bone tail whipped the ground hard, causing the earth to shake. Black lines crawled out from the dark green snake pupil, and crawled to every corner of the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, the white bones were covered with strange black lines, making the skeleton more treacherous and terrifying. The skeleton's body was no longer fragile. When it collided with the ice beads, it actually made a sound of gold and iron colliding. Dake looked carefully and found that the skeleton was generally in the shape of a human, but it had a tailbone behind and 6 claws in front. They were arranged from top to bottom on both sides of the body. Now that the left claw was smashed, there were a total of 5 claws left. The 5 claws waved like the wind, and the skeleton roared like thunder. The ashes on top of its head fell like rain. Professor Lily became more and more excited. The 12 ice beads were made into a string of beads with magic power, which was constantly used as a long whip to whip the skeleton. Every piece of land that was hit was instantly frozen by frost, and the chill in the air became even stronger. The skeleton's roar became more and more ferocious. Black gas gradually emerged from its body, rolling like a tide and eroding everything. However, Professor Lily only stuck a magic card on her body and summoned a pink shield to isolate the black gas. She didn't summon a magic fairy either. She flashed and moved under the 5 bone claws, and the sound of laughter echoed continuously. The skeleton was whipped by the ice beads again and again. At the beginning, only a few spots were frozen, and the frostbitten areas were connected, forming a large area of ice. Then a small part of its body was frozen, and its movements were slowed. In the end, it was actually sealed in ice. After confirming that the skeleton couldn't break free from the ice by itself, Dake and the others cautiously stepped over the threshold and entered the dilapidated palace. He took out the magic card for practice, summoned a few large light balls, and had the magic clerk assist in recording. Then he walked inside. Compared to the front hall, the left hall was actually much larger in size. It was roughly estimated to be at least 3 times larger. If the front hall was the facade, then the left hall was the foundation. According to the principle of symmetry, the right hall, which had yet to be explored, had the same scale as the left hall. There were 6 stone pillars in the left hall, but only one of them was intact. The ceiling above was completely destroyed, and only the jagged rocks were hanging down. Walking inside, they could see a stone platform at the bottom of the hall similar to the front hall. On the platform sat the jade statues of the sun god and the moon god. It was a pity that these 2 jade statues had different degrees of damage. The sun lion statue on the left only had the lower half of its body left. The moon wolf statue on the right was relatively intact, with at least half of its head left. Dake approached, but didn't sense much divinity aura. It was clear that these 2 jade statues didn't have any divine power left. Of course, it was unlikely that there was any divinity left that could be absorbed. Dake and the moon god's soul looked at each other, and knew that his guess was right. Then, the goddess of the mind's eye slowly walked over, the third eye on her forehead releasing light, sweeping across the 2 jade statues. Dake waited patiently at the side. At the same time, the magician's secretary was scanning everything in the hall. Aurora stood in front of the ice block made of bones and observed carefully. Olga and Ungra, on the other hand, checked separately to eliminate all possible dangers. Professor Lily flew around with a bunch of small things, but after not finding anything like treasure chests, he quieted down. After a while, the goddess of the mind's eye seemed to have seen something and walked toward the jade statue. When she arrived in front of the jade statue, she stood there and thought for a while, then suddenly reached out and searched inside the sun lion statue for a while, finally pulling out a spherical jade stone. Here. The goddess of the mind's eye turned around and threw the jade stone to Dake. Dake hurriedly caught it and observed carefully. He found that the jade stone had cracks on it, but it wasn't damaged. If he sensed it carefully, he could vaguely sense a weak divinity. With such a small amount of divinity, it was impossible for him to sense it from far away. However, the goddess of the mind's eye could accurately pick it out. He observed for a while and said, "Is this the eye of the sun god statue?" The goddess of the mind's eye shook her head and said, "I don't know." Dake already had a conclusion in his heart. He called out his sun elf from his hair and put it on the back of his finger, reaching toward the jade stone. The flaming sun elf wobbled and flew to the jade stone, lying there and rubbing against it. Within the jade stone, a faint light gradually lit up, and the divinity that was almost extinguished became slightly active. Good stuff. Dake's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had finally found the best material to make the sun crown beast. He quickly took out a bag and sealed the jade stone, then asked, "In this hall, are there other sources of divinity?" The goddess of the mind's eye shook her head in reply. He couldn't help but feel extremely regretful. Immediately after, Dake returned to the ice block of bones and introduced his harvest to the others. Aurora also shared her observation. "If my judgment is not wrong, this skeleton should be an ancient species known as the God Guardian when it was alive. They have the blood of giants and dragons, have 6 hands, a pair of legs, and can control bows, swords, and shields at the same time. They are a naturally powerful fighting race. Legend has it that during a certain period of time, the trend of using the God Guardian as temple guards was very popular among the gods." Dake frowned and said, "Then it was a guard and not an invader?" Aurora shook her head and said, "It's more like a guard that was corrupted by an invader." She raised her hand and pointed at the left eye of the skeleton. It was that snake eye that corrupted its will. Even after death, it couldn't rest in peace. Dake said, "It's the snake eye again? Could it be that this temple was invaded by the power behind the snake eye, and was buried deep underground? Theoretically, it should be a god that can oppose the sun god and the moon god. Could it be a snake god?" "There are too few clues," Aurora said. "It would be great if we could bring this skeleton out." Professor Lily flew down from the sky and said, "The bones don't mean much. Bringing the snake eye out is enough for research." Aurora nodded and said, "Then let's break down the snake eye first and leave the bones for later." Professor Lily immediately rolled up his sleeves and said, "Leave it to me." As she said that, she took off again and took out a magic card to summon a small knife. She cut into the snake eye's surroundings and broke down the ice that was wrapped around the snake eye. The snake eye was still in a state of spreading power, and the size of the ice block was about the size of a volleyball. Dake took out a transparent bag in time and sealed it. Lily took the bag and stuffed it into Aurora's huge backpack. Then, she added an aura-concealing boundary around the backpack. "Good. Let's go to the next temple." In the decaying and dilapidated temple, the little fairy's energetic voice sounded. 2 hours later, Dake and the others forced their way through many dangerous places at a faster speed than before, and arrived at the right temple that was symmetrical to the left temple. Unexpectedly, the right temple was much better preserved than the left temple. From the outside, other than the 2 stone statues guarding the door that were left with only 2 stone piers, there was almost no trace of damage. However, when they arrived here, even Professor Lily calmed down. The inside of the temple, which was only separated by a door, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Professor Lily stopped about 20 meters away from the door, and raised her slender right arm slightly, stopping Dake and the others from moving forward. The jubilant atmosphere along the way suddenly froze. Within 100 meters, there was no longer any sound. Dake was only behind Professor Lily. At this time, he held his breath and used all his strength to sense. He could vaguely hear an extremely light breathing sound. The breathing sound did not have any effect when he did not notice it. However, once he noticed it, it suddenly sounded like thunder, piercing through his eardrums and roaring in his brain. Dake covered his ears, his face pale. In that instant just now, his mind had already been injured. He looked around again. Aurora's perception was not as sharp as his, and did not react for the time being. The goddess of the mind's eye suddenly blurred at that moment and almost disappeared into thin air. Angry suddenly took a step forward. A magic card in his hand released a soft light like water. A layer of water curtain instantly spread out, forming layers of ripples, isolating the inside from the outside. The roaring in Dake's brain suddenly disappeared, and his face quickly recovered. Then, a circle of white light appeared, a pillar of light shooting into the sky, illuminating everything in sight. Olga stepped into the void, already wearing the Ares temple holy suit. Like an arrow of light, she sped toward the temple in front of her. Lily frowned slightly, and also began to summon the fantasy fairy dragon. But by the time she had prepared the sacrifice, Olga was already holding a war hammer and brazenly blasting open the temple's door wall. Boom! As the door wall collapsed in the blink of an eye, the huge monster hiding in the temple was revealed. It was actually a huge black snake that was even bigger than the bloody serpent of the White Gouda. This huge snake coiled in the temple, its entire body almost filling the entire space inside the temple. No one knew how it had gotten in the first place. Its head was hanging in front of the door, its eyes closed, and its breathing subtle. The snake's body was smooth and shiny, as if there was a black light flowing around. The ground under its body had become a pitch-black quagmire, with black filthy oil rippling slightly with its breathing. Olga broke the door wall with her war hammer, but it did not wake up. The splashing stones hit the snake's body, as if they had been hit by oil. All their power was stripped away, and they slid down into the quagmire below. Olga floated in midair, frowning. She raised the war hammer in her hand high, and the white light gathered at the top of the hammer, turning into a light sword. This time, when the light sword was 10 meters long, she did not continue. She turned her right wrist and slashed the light sword at the huge snake. Puff! The light sword hit the huge snake's head. The blade had clearly sunk into the top of its head, but pitch-black oil gushed out from the sword mark, which was extremely disgusting. When the light sword came into contact with the oil, it was polluted and corroded, emitting a foul smell. Olga seemed to have sensed something, and she almost immediately broke the blade of the light sword, withdrew her war hammer, and retreated. Meow. Lily's fantasy fairy dragon appeared at this time, and it let out a clingy meow. Olga passed by him and whispered, "Continue to send the magic fairy to fight. It's the oil snake." Oil snake? How can there be such a big oil snake? Professor Lily was shocked at first, but after half a second, he was pleasantly surprised. What could be more surprising than discovering an unknown creature during an adventure? Therefore, she rolled her eyes and flew toward the oil snake, with a snicker. Such a big oil snake, if I can catch it. What's an oil snake? The little demon beast landed on Dake's shoulder, and asked curiously. Dake said, "It's a snake-like creature that can secrete black oil from its body. But ordinary oil snakes can only grow up to 2 fingers thick and 1 meter long at most. The black oil they secrete has the effect of beautifying and nourishing one's skin. Women often smear it on their faces to beautify their skin. And there are also nobles who fill their bathtubs with snake oil to make snake oil baths." The little demon beast muttered, "Isn't that a very good thing?" Dake said seriously, "It is very good, if they're only that big." The reason why the black oil of the oil snake could beautify and nourish one's skin was because the snake oil could corrode the skin's keratin just right, making the skin smoother and removing the black pigment. But an ordinary oil snake could only secrete a small spoonful of it in a short period of time. But the giant snake in front of them could easily fill up a lake. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. Its black oil could even corrode the light energy on the light sword. And seeing Olga retreat so decisively, they knew that the black oil of the oil snake could follow the energy of the light sword and corrode the magic or spirit of the wielder. Engaging in close combat with such an opponent would inevitably result in injuries. And the black snake could withstand the power of that sword without being harmed, which meant that the black oil could also dissipate the power. This was probably the opponent that Olga disliked the most. And getting entangled with such an opponent in an unknown environment was extremely irrational. Thus, Olga decisively withdrew and handed it over to Professor Lili. While Dake and the little demon beast were explaining, Professor Lili had already touched the head of the oil snake. Then at such a close distance he activated the ultimate skill of the fantasy fairy dragon. Fantasy Tesseract. Meow. The fantasy fairy dragon let out a soft cry. The space under the oil snake was silently cut into 9 pieces, and a special field effect covered from the bottom to the top. The square that was cut out by the space crack suddenly opened downwards like an underground trap. The irresistible gravity crushed down and swallowed the oil snake that had been sleeping for some reason and had transformed into such a huge oil snake. For some reason. Got it, oil snake? Professor Lili raised his right hand, and the fantasy tesseract instantly condensed into a third-order tesseract in his palm. This time he cautiously looked into the tesseract for a while. After confirming that the oil snake was still sleeping in the tesseract, he raised his head and revealed a proud smile. The oil snake's breathing was like thunder and could injure one's spirit. The snake oil secreted by its body could dissipate power and corrode magic, spirit, and matter. Fortunately, it had been sleeping for some reason, and even after being hit by Olga's sword, it showed no signs of waking up. At this time, it was still sleeping in the fantasy tesseract. Seeing that it was taken away, everyone carefully walked into the temple. They saw that there was no roof above the temple, but it was connected to the grotto, so they couldn't see it from the outside. Inside, there were no stone pillars, and the runes on the surrounding walls were all smoothed out. Only the innermost stone platform was still there, and the jade statues of the sun god and the moon god were not damaged at all. Could it be that the oil snake was protecting the statues? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the Heart's Eye goddess. Illusionary beast. Goddess of the Heart's Eye frowned as it looked at the statue. The third eye on its forehead tried its best to open, and the purple eyeball remained motionless. A beam of divine light shot out and shone on every corner of the statue. After a while it withdrew the god's eye and said, "These 2 statues are still intact, but the divinity inside the statues is extremely weak, and there is no trace of divine power. They need to be nourished by divine power to recover." Dake said, "In that case, we only need to move them to the front of the temple, and let the divine power in the 2 statues nourish them for a long time. They should be able to recover." The Heart's Eye goddess nodded slightly and smiled. "There is divinity in these 2 statues, but once it is extracted, we need to move it to the front of the temple as soon as possible." Dake was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. The moon god's soul behind him quickly stepped forward and carefully touched the statue of the moon god. The statue's power was weak and couldn't manifest anything. The moon god's soul had to guide it with its own power to absorb the divinity in the statue of the moon god. In this way, its path of divinity reforging was pushed forward by another 1%. Moon god 2%. Moon god 3%. Unfortunately, it could only absorb the divinity of the moon god and not the divinity of the sun god, so it could only leave the divinity in the statue of the sun god behind. Next, Dake took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. "It's almost 10. Should we continue or rest here? This temple doesn't have the oil snake, so it's a good place to set up camp." Dake was a straightforward person, so he asked for everyone's opinion on the spot. The Heart's Eye goddess was the first to express her opinion. "The next temple is very far from here. Based on our previous speed, it will take us at least 3 hours to arrive. By then, it will be early in the morning. If we are too tired, we should go tomorrow." However, it didn't have the right to vote. Therefore Lili immediately said, "Of course we should continue. Who would stop in the middle of a challenge? We are sorcerers. Isn't it normal for us to not sleep for 3 to 5 days? Besides, there's no day or night underground. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of." Everyone was encouraged by her, and expressed their opinions one after another. Aurora whispered, "It's better to be careful. I agree with setting up camp here." Olga, "Safety first." Angry, seconded. Therefore the votes were 3 to 1. Dake still didn't vote. Lili suddenly felt like she was being targeted. She looked at her companions suspiciously, but she couldn't see anything unusual from their faces. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily as they set up camp. They cleared the ground and set up camp in front of the statue. They put a lamp in the middle of the tent and went into their sleeping bags, whispering around the lamp. Sleepiness gradually surged, and the barrier outside the tent glowed slightly. The three elves had the same dream. The last few hours of the double event, looking for monthly votes. Chapter 781. There was a type of dream called a lucid dream. The dreamer could have the ability to think and remember in a lucid dream. Some people could even make their dream feel as real as the real world, but they knew that they were in a dream. At this moment, Dake had a similar feeling. He knew that he was in a dream, but he didn't have the feeling of wanting to wake up because of it. In fact, in this type of dream, once the thought of wanting to wake up was born, it was basically the time to wake up. He observed his surroundings with a very clear mind, and found that he was standing in a temple. Some memories that he had never had before kept appearing in his mind. This made him quickly realize that he wasn't standing in front of the statue on the right side of the temple, but in another bigger and more magnificent temple. Behind him, there should be statues of the sun god and the moon god. They weren't the same statues as before, but the bigger and taller ones. He was standing in front of the statues at this moment, and seemed to be playing the role of a bishop, but his status was higher. The people who came to worship the gods would occasionally call him God's messenger. God's messenger, God's apostle, God's agent on earth. First website. https://m. VIP can't you? VIP. This was a term that appeared very frequently in some novels. But in the era where the gods did exist, the so-called God's messenger, or God's apostle, were actually the little secretaries of the gods. If there's something to do, the secretary will do it. The plain and tired believers poured in from the three doors of this temple, and finally gathered in the small area in front of the statues. Or they stood on the side, hands clasped in front of their hearts, bowing their heads and praying. Or they knelt in the center, bowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times, shouting the name of the gods. Because of this, Dake finally knew the races and names of the sun god and the moon god. These two gods were both beast gods. The sun god was the sun god lion, whose name was the god of blazing flame and rising Sunday. The moon god was the moon god wolf, whose name was the god of ice and eternal moon. Both of them were extremely domineering divine beasts that became gods. And they were indeed a pair of partners. Among the believers of these two gods, there were humans, orcs, and all kinds of half-human, half-beast subhumans. There was a great variety of them. If these races stood alone, they would most likely beat each other's brains out. But now, under the rule of these two gods, they coexisted peacefully. As for whether they were coerced or forced, at least on the surface, it was impossible to tell. In that era where there were gods everywhere, most of the intelligent creatures had already done their best to survive. Perhaps they did not have so much energy to engage in racial conflicts. If he could meet a guardian deity who was strong enough and had a decent personality, it would be his greatest fortune. Obviously, although the sun-devouring divine lion and the moon-devouring divine wolf were beast gods, they didn't have bad personalities. They didn't eat humans, only livestock. They had little interest in gold and treasures, and they didn't like tall buildings covered in blood. They were completely different from humans and subhumans in terms of experience. Moreover, they were a pair of companions. They wouldn't become hysterical because of loneliness and emptiness like some gods. Moreover, they were powerful enough to provide protection to their followers. The only problem was that their nature as wild beasts made them need some hot blood as a tonic. They had a soft spot for gladiators. However, in that era, being able to obtain protection by paying such a price was something that many people could only wish for. Powerful beings walked all over the place, while weak beings struggled to survive in between the cracks. The law of the jungle was reflected to the extreme. However, when the twilight of the gods came, even powerful gods like the sun-devouring divine lion and the moon-devouring divine wolf couldn't resist the pollution and devouring from the abyss. Time passed in the dream. In the blink of an eye, for seasons had passed. Snakes appeared in the god kingdoms of the sun-devouring divine lion and the moon-devouring divine wolf. They first turned into humans, covered their eyes with bandages, and mixed in with the believers. Later, they moved people with wealth, divided them with words, spread rumors, and spread plagues, causing the God Kingdom to gradually decay. As an oracle, Dake watched coldly from the perspective of an oracle. He watched chaos and plagues corrode the God Kingdom. Hunger and famine reap human lives, and watched the darkness and filth seep into the belief system of the God Kingdom bit by bit. It seeped into the weak connection between the believers and the gods, accumulating little by little, becoming thicker and thicker, and finally turning into a deadly poison. He saw it all, but he didn't give any warning, because he had long been contaminated and corroded. Although the gods at that time would build their god kingdoms and protect their believers, it was actually just a structure like a bandit leader building a stronghold to protect the bandits. As the bandit leader, the gods themselves didn't feel that there was any necessary connection between themselves and the bandits under them. Their strength came from themselves, and they didn't become gods through faith, nor did they have the concept of fire of faith. They also didn't expect that a virus would invade through this belief network that was useless to them, pollute, disintegrate, or even rob their divine right. When they realized it, the twilight of the gods had arrived, and the snakes from the abyss opened their mouths that were big enough to devour the world. The God Kingdom collapsed in just one night. Countless snakes swarmed into the God Kingdom. The contaminated believers clutched their throats in pain, and black snakes drilled out of their stomachs, bursting their throats and swallowing their brains. Heads crawled out of their mouths and joined the army of snakes. The entire God Kingdom was drowned. At the last moment of doomsday, the oracle, who felt that something was stirring in his stomach, looked up at the sky with empty eyes. The fire clouds and ice and snow that seemed to divide the sky into two were rapidly approaching. As the masters of the God Kingdom, the sun-swallowing God Lion, and the moon-swallowing God Wolf finally arrived above the God Kingdom. But the depths of their eyes had been eroded by darkness. The scene changed, and Dake suddenly woke up. Like most dreams, even if it was a lucid dream, he couldn't remember everything after waking up. Most of his remaining memories were standing in front of the statue of God, watching people come and go, and the changes of the world. But the epic shock of witnessing the rise and fall of a God Kingdom still made him feel sad and lost, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, he turned his head and suddenly found that Olga had woken up and had been waiting by his side for a long time. He felt warm in his heart and subconsciously wanted to say something, but in the end he just blurted out, "What time is it now?" Olga said softly, "A little after 4. "Okay." Dake responded and fell into silence again. He began to recall the details of the dream. The figures in the dream were quickly blurring, and only a few people who had deep contact with the oracle still had an impression of their appearances. But they were all dead people, and even if they left an impression, it was still useful. In his mind, he gradually recalled a snake exorcist named Sibila. Sibila was a young girl with brown skin. She couldn't speak and was mute, but she could play beautiful music with a flute. She kept a snake in a cage, and every time she played the flute, the snake in the cage would come out and twist its waist with the sound of the flute. As for her snake, it was a pitch-black, oily snake. Sibila. He said the girl's name in a low voice, deep in thought. Sibila. Aurora suddenly woke up. She also had the same dream, but in the dream, she played the role of a young girl named Sibila. The young girl admired the oracle named Bach from the bottom of her heart, but the oracle didn't care about her. She didn't feel depressed because of this, but went to the temple to pay her respects every morning, and looked at the oracle's face that seemed to never change. When the end of the world came and the God Kingdom decayed, she wasn't swallowed by the snake, like most of the believers, and her oil snake protected her. But everyone had to die, and Sibila was just an ordinary person. She witnessed the rise and fall of the God Kingdom, witnessed the fall of God, and finally met her death in the ruins of the God Kingdom. Lily rubbed her eyes, smacked her lips, and slowly woke up. In the dream, she played the role of a disciple of God, who always accompanied the oracle, Bach, and what she saw was almost exactly the same as Dake, who played the role of the oracle. After the three of them woke up, They looked at each other and immediately knew that they had all had a dream. The morning was cold, and everyone sat together, eating the porridge that Olga had made, and listening to Dake talk about the dream. Dake tried his best to explain it in detail, and Aurora and Professor Lily would add a few words from time to time. Soon, everyone had an understanding of the origin of the temple. After listening, Olga said, "It seems that the oil snake was the snake of the snake-driving girl, Sibila?" Aurora nodded and said, "It should be. Although the oil snake became a lot bigger, I still remember the details of its appearance. I didn't expect that such a small oil snake could become so big after so many years. I'm afraid that while it was protecting the temple, it was also protected by the temple." Dake said, "The right hall was not destroyed by outsiders. The divine power in the two idols should have been absorbed by the oil snake, so it became so weak." Then he smiled and said, "Since it was Sibila's oil snake, can we use the flute to awaken and control it like Sibila?" Lily blinked and asked, "Didn't little Aurora play the role of Sibila in the dream? She should know how to do it, right?" Aurora furrowed her brows as she racked her brains. Dake couldn't help but laugh. "It was just a dream. How can I remember so much? When we go back, we can find some books about snake exorcists. Maybe we can learn something. I think this oil snake is more powerful than the thunder rock and the earth bear. Maybe it has the potential to become a divine beast." Gigi. The toy chick expressed its dissatisfaction, but its protest was ineffective. The oil snake was so powerful that it could be seen with the naked eye. In fact, it had not only absorbed the divine power of the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf, but it had also absorbed the power of those snakes. If it was cultivated properly, it could even become a divine beast like the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf. Moreover, to a magus, the value of the oil snake was not limited to its own power. In this way, perhaps it was the biggest gain of Dake and the others after entering the temple. After talking about the oil snake, Dake and the others couldn't help but lead the topic to the fall of the kingdom of God. Dake didn't witness the fall of the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf in the dream, but Aurora did. The sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf were indeed beasts that had become gods. When they showed their true forms, they were indomitable, as if they could devour the sun and the moon. However, after the kingdom of God was destroyed, countless black snakes gathered together under the control of the abyss and turned into a snake that was even larger than the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf. That snake opened its huge mouth and swallowed the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf. Then, the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf manifested the sun and moon in the belly of the snake. The blazing sun and the bone-chilling silver moon burst open the belly of the snake, and the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf roared out. But after that, the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf didn't counterattack. Instead, they fled in panic. From the perspective of an ordinary human, they couldn't see what had happened to the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf, but they were obviously terrified and didn't have any thoughts of counterattacking. This was extremely inconceivable to a god that had become a beast. I wonder which era is the kingdom of God we saw in our dreams. Based on the current situation, it's most likely to be the era closest to now. How many eras had this world gone through? It was already impossible to calculate. The entire history was like a reincarnation cycle, with the revival and fall of the gods as the nodes, repeating over and over again. Normally, humans would call the era after the dusk of the gods a new era. Then, the sun-devouring lion and the moon-devouring wolf were most likely gods from the previous era. Speaking of this, they had to face a problem. How did the previous era end? Originally, they didn't know anything about this problem, but now they were more or less aware of it. The snake that they saw in their dream might be one of the reasons. But it didn't make much sense to talk about those things from their current point of view. Therefore, they could only put it aside for the time being. After the discussion, everyone became excited again and prepared to go to the last temple. Perhaps they could find more clues related to the snake there. But before they set off, they didn't forget about the god statue in the right hall. Dake took out a pen and paper and asked Aurora to make a brief explanation on the paper and a map. There were a total of 3 copies. Then, Professor Lily summoned 3 little fairy magic elves and sent the 3 copies of the letter to the entrance of the temple. Exploration Team Number 9, or other teams. The people who received the letter would naturally think of a way to dispatch people to move the 2 god statues here. After doing this, everyone set off again. But what they saw in their dream did affect them. Even Professor Lily didn't rush around recklessly, and seemed to be more cautious. But in this temple, there were indeed no traps or obstacles that could stop them. So, after more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at their final destination. Found it. On the cliff, Professor Lily flew in the air, and covered his forehead with his small hands as he looked down. Less than 100 meters away, a temple directly facing them appeared in his field of vision. Dake quickly followed and observed carefully. He found that the temple was majestic and magnificent, far larger than the previous 3 temples. If he hadn't had the dream last night, he would probably have thought that it was the back hall. But at this moment, he was very clear that this temple was the central temple of the entire God's kingdom. I didn't expect it to be like this. Dake observed the surroundings of the temple, and couldn't help but sigh. As far as he could see, more than half of the central temple was hidden in the rock wall. And outside the walls on both sides of the temple were steep rock walls that stretched as far as the eye could see. It could be seen that although the temple in front of him was located in the center of the God's kingdom, it was the deepest part of the temple under the Freedom Capital. This meant that the entire God's kingdom was divided into 2. The other half might be somewhere else, or it might have long disappeared in the dust of history. As for the temple that remained under the City of Freedom, it was only the part that was similar to the inner city of the remaining half. Let's rest for a while before going down. Dake raised his hand and suggested. This time no one objected. Everyone rested on the spot, and began to summon the magic elves that could be used. In addition to the fantasy fairy dragon that had always been by his side, Professor Lily summoned a large number of fairies in one go. After these fairies received the order, they flew in all directions like a swarm of little bees to investigate the situation. On the other hand, Dark summoned the single scabbard, and Baluto along. Olga and Ungra immediately began to dress up. About 10 minutes later, everyone landed on the flat ground from the cliff, and Professor Lily's fairies sent back the information they had gathered. Apart from the central temple that couldn't be entered, there was no danger within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. The central temple in front of them didn't emit any dangerous aura like the right temple. Everything was very peaceful, at least on the surface. Dake walked forward, his mind slowly recalling what he saw in the dream. The oracle Bach he played in the dream was the only oracle in the kingdom of God. The apostles under him were all apostles of God, which was a lower position than the oracle. Bach had spent most of his life in the central palace. He was more familiar with this temple than anyone else. Thanks to him, Dake had a deeper impression of this central temple than other places. But the temple in front of him was completely different from the one he was familiar with. The walls of the entire temple were covered by a black substance. In front of the door was a pitch-black quagmire, but it was obvious that it had solidified. A faint black fog floated in the air, emitting a pungent smell. Olga, who was wearing the Ares Temple's holy legacy, walked forward. The magic card in her hand released a pure white light, purifying and dispersing the black fog that might be poisonous. Ungra stomped his foot, and water gushed out, covering the pitch-black quagmire. It quickly froze and turned into an ice bridge. Dake and the others walked across the ice bridge, and finally arrived in front of the central temple. The stone statues that should have stood on both sides of the temple door had long disappeared, and only half of the temple door remained. But the pitch-black substance that covered the door was extremely filthy. The fairies summoned by Professor Lily tried to pass through it, but they were contaminated and disappeared. This black substance should be of the same origin as those snakes. Dake observed for a moment, then said, "Break the door open." "Okay," Olga responded. She raised her hand, condensed a light sword at the top of the war hammer, and swung it at the temple door. Boom! The black substance on the temple door was erased by the light sword, and a long sword mark appeared on the door wall. Olga's expression did not change, and she continued to attack. After a few strikes, the door wall was broken, and the interior of the central temple was revealed. Almost at the same time, the black fog spewed out, but it was purified by the light in the blink of an eye. Professor Lily waved his hand, and a group of fairies that emitted white light burrowed into the temple. They lit up the interior of the temple like balls of light, and then the interior was reflected in everyone's eyes. The interior of the temple was very dilapidated as expected. There were signs of collapse and corrosion everywhere, and the pitch-black substance was everywhere. Some were piled up in the corners, some fell from the ceiling, and some hung in the corners like spider webs. In front of them, the giant statues that they saw in their dreams were still on the high platform, but the upper half of the two statues had been corroded, leaving only the lower half covered by the pitch-black substance. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. Fantasy Beast, goddess of the mind's eye, pushed its bangs aside and opened the third eye on its forehead, shooting out a divine light in front of it. After a while, it closed its eyes and said, "Although it's been destroyed, there are indeed remnants of weak divine power and divinity." Also, in the corroded moonwolf statue, there is still a trace of divinity that belongs to the moon god. Dake nodded but did not enter easily. The situation in this temple was somewhat strange. As the saying goes, if things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. Even the two temples in front of them were dangerous, so it was strange that the interior of this temple was so quiet. But after a moment of careful observation, he did not find anything strange. After Professor Lily's fairies entered the temple, they began to investigate everywhere. They even went above the ceiling and below the floor, but they did not find anything. Dake and the others had to face reality. In this temple, it seemed that there were no dangerous things like the divine guardian skeleton and the oil snake. "I'll go take a look first," Lily could not help but say immediately. Dake and the others could not see anything, so they could only tell her to be careful. Lily rode the fantasy fairy dragon and flew into the temple. The place where the temple and the door of the temple met was the hall used to worship the gods. The hall had 3 doors, and behind the hall were the various residences. Lily entered, circled around the temple, and came to the 2 statues to observe for a while. After a while, she waved to the people outside the door. The people outside the door looked at each other, and then entered the temple one by one. They still did not sense any dangerous aura. Dake passed through the temple that he had seen in his dreams for decades, carefully came behind the 2 statues, and then waved to the moon god's soul. The moon god's soul immediately flew forward, and absorbed the remaining trace of divinity in the moon-devouring wolf god statue. Moon god 3%, moon god 4%. 4%. The moon god's soul was very excited. But that unsettling and strange aura was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Dake's eyelids twitched. Without any warning, the light was taken away. The fairies flying in the air did not make any noise. The white light they emitted still illuminated the temple that had been buried underground for many years. However, all the sentient creatures standing in the hall had been swallowed up by the darkness. The fear brought about by that sudden change was almost suffocating. The light reappeared half a second later. Olga calmly raised the war hammer in her hand, and released the healing light of the Ares temple armor. The healing light dispelled the darkness within a 1-meter radius and illuminated the faces of the people around her. The sound that disappeared at the same time as the light suddenly returned. But a 1-meter radius was too small. Only Dake, Aurora, the moon god's soul, and the fantasy beast, goddess of the heart's eye were in this area. Lily flew in the front, and Ungra flew behind. Anti-Bird, Little Demon Beast, Little Magnetic Monster, and Toy Chick, who had been sitting on the heavy armored rhino's back, were further to the side. Screams suddenly entered his ears after that. It was the little anti-bird that instinctively flew towards Dark the moment it lost its light. Bam! It hit the back of Dark's head. Then Little Magnetic Monster and Little Demon Beast flew over in a panic and landed on Dake's shoulders. Then Ungra and Lily also squeezed in. The 2 of them sighed in relief at the same time. My connection with the magical fairies has been cut off, Professor Lily said immediately after squeezing in. Aurora and the others frowned and then nodded. It seems that we are no longer in the temple. Lily made an extremely decisive judgment. But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly looked at Little Demon Beast and asked doubtfully, "Are the familiars different?" The familiars summoned by the school card were naturally a type of magical fairy. Little Demon Beast bared its teeth at her. Dake quickly said, "It seems that this place can only accept intelligent creatures. I haven't lost contact with my Dolan Baluto." Aurora reached out and took out the flaming sun elf. "The elemental elf is also here." Olga waved the warhammer in her hand and said, "The armor hasn't disappeared either." Lily immediately took out a magical fairy card from her card bag and summoned it normally. But after her normal summoning spell was successfully released, the magical fairy in her hand was indeed glowing, but the magical fairy that appeared was not in front of her. She grinned and said, "It seems that only magical fairies will disappear." Dake guessed, "The armor can be brought in because it is treated as the same as clothes, right? And the weapon hasn't disappeared." Lily nodded and said, "Yes. It wasn't targeted at the magical fairy, but the magical fairy was indeed injured by accident. What should we do next?" Olga whispered, "My healing light is a secret technique of the Ares armor, and it consumes a lot of energy." Dake and Professor Lily had seen her use this healing light to revive the body of the God of Wisdom, so they were very clear about it. Dake said, "Olga can't last for too long. We have to find a substitute light source, or quickly solve the problem before her magic is exhausted. But that's very difficult. The range that Olga's healing light can illuminate is too small. And a substitute light source." His gaze quickly fell on the flaming sun elf in Aurora's hand. Aurora's heart stirred, and she threw the flaming sun elf up. This little elemental elf flew up, and the red light it released left the range of the healing light, dispelling more darkness as expected. Although it could illuminate a smaller range than the healing light, with a radius of less than half a meter, it was still a relief to have a substitute and lasting light source. After all, humans were living under the sun and had an innate fear of darkness. After calming down a little, Dake immediately woke up his flaming sun elf. After leaving the front hall, his flaming sun elf had gone back to sleep, but because he hadn't fed Pride more, it slept very lightly, and such a light touch could wake it up. "Fortunately, we have 2 flaming sun elves," Dake said. Lily immediately suggested, "We can send one of them to investigate." "That's a good idea." Dake stretched out his hand, and the flaming sun elf released more red light at his signal. That red light almost instantly surpassed Olga's healing light, illuminating the space with a radius of 3 meters. The feeling of illumination with a radius of 3 meters and a radius of 1 meter was completely different. The toy chick, which had been abandoned in the darkness, finally appeared in the illuminated corner and immediately flapped its wings and flew toward Lily. Everyone, including Dake himself, was slightly surprised. Of course, there was also some joy. This was no doubt a rather surprising result. And the appearance of this result gave Dake a new idea. He took out Illusory Beast, Ibu, from his card bag and first summoned it. Then he took out Pride 2, which was made with magic patterns, and activated the summoning. When the light of Pride 2 shone on Illusory Beast, Ibu, the emblem of Pride, appeared on its forehead, and its ultimate skills became Imitation, Round Eyes Pride, Help, and Great Sunny Sky Pride. Dake squatted down and gently stroked Ibu's head and ordered, "Ibu, use Great Sunny Sky." Squeak, Ibu let out an excited cry, and immediately looked up to the sky, and released its field skill, Great Sunny Sky Pride. A blazing ball of light, like the sun, quickly rose into the sky, and like a sunrise, it brought new light to the entire world. Under the illumination of this light, the darkness of this unknown space was immediately dispelled, and the light instantly expanded from a radius of 3 meters to a radius of more than 10 meters. Although it didn't shine on anything like a wall, such a large area of light immediately calmed everyone down. Dake's heart also calmed down a lot. Professor Lily looked up and immediately asked, "How long can it last?" 2.5 minutes, Dake said, "but there are many ways to continue." As he spoke, he summoned another, Illusory Beast, Changeable Beast, and had it transform into Illusory Beast, Ibu. When this Illusory Beast, Changeable Beast released Great Sunny Sky Pride, He could also summon a new illusory beast, Ibu, in advance and order it to use imitation to record Great Sunny Sky Pride. Thanks to his research on second refinement, Dake had enough illusory beast, Ibu, and illusory beast, changeable beast in his hands to create a seamless connection. Moreover, other than Great Sunny Sky Pride, he also had other methods, but let's not talk about them for now. Great Sunny Sky Pride wasn't perfect, and its flaw was that the light it released couldn't be moved. Therefore, for normal illumination, he still needed to use the Flaming Sun Elf. Since we can ensure the light source, let's start exploring. Professor Li threw the toy chick away and immediately waved her hand. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. Perhaps to her, being brought here from the central temple by an unknown force was just a change of adventure zone. But it had become more interesting. Perhaps influenced by her emotions, the rest of the people also became excited. Dake said, "Let's look at the border and see if there's a door." Everyone agreed, and they immediately took action. After just a few minutes, they had a more detailed understanding of the area they were in. Based on the information we just obtained, we should have been brought to a roughly square space. This space is about 20 meters in length and width, and Great Sunny Sky can't illuminate the border because we're in the center. There are no landmarks in this space, and there's no danger. However, there are doors on 3 of the walls, and each door has a puzzle. The puzzle itself is very simple, and it can be solved as long as you can see it. From this point of analysis, this space is very likely set up specifically for the apostles of Sun-devouring Divine Lion and Moon-devouring Divine Wolf. Only those who have the power of the sun or the moon can dispel this darkness. According to this logic, this isn't necessarily a dangerous place. The question now is, which door should we choose? After Dake finished speaking, he looked at everyone. 3 doors, 3 oracles. If this space was indeed not a dangerous place, then it was most reasonable for each person to choose one door. However, the reality was that they didn't know where this place was. Even though the 3 of them had a very long lucid dream, they had forgotten most of the things after waking up, and the 3 of them had no impression of this space. Therefore, they couldn't take the risk separately. Maybe we can analyze the information behind each door from the puzzles? Li suggested. Dake said quietly, if you can analyze the information from questions like 1 + 1 is equal to 2, 1 + 9 is equal to 10, and 11 - 0 is equal to 11, then we can only admit defeat. *___**. Hee. Lily scratched her head, trying to get away with it. After a while, Aurora said, "It's really hard to choose when there's almost no information." Dake said, "If that's the case, then we'll just choose one." As he said that, he summoned Fantasy Beast, God of Destruction, with a normal summoning spell. Fantasy Beast, God of Destruction, glanced at Fantasy Beast, Goddess of the Heart, and immediately smiled and said to Dake, "Dear Master, what do you need me to do for you?" Dake smiled. "Use your Annihilation Proclamation to make a prophecy. Which of the 3 directions should we go in?" Fantasy Beast, God of Destruction, was stunned for a moment, and it took a while to understand what Dake meant. Then it pretended to point in a direction. Dake, "Okay, eliminate one option." Fantasy Beast, God of Destruction. Dake, "Choose one of the 2 remaining directions." Fantasy Beast, God of Destruction. After a while, Dake and the others came to one of the doors. There was no gap between the door and the wall, and they couldn't find the door just by touching it. On the door there was a number written in that era. 11 to 0 equals. If it weren't for the lucid dream, Dake and the others wouldn't even be able to recognize these numbers, let alone say it. Yes, this was a voice door. Only by saying 11 in that era's language could they open the door. When Dark chanted 11, the outline of the door ignited with crimson flames. Then, the entire door burned and finally turned into ashes, revealing the passage behind the door. Dake waved his hand. "Little devil beast, Boruto the Doryman, go scout the way." Doryman. Boruto the Doryman immediately obeyed and entered the passage. Little devil beast pouted, and it subconsciously tightened its grip on Dake's shoulder. After that, The group carefully entered the passage and moved forward. About 5 minutes later, they passed through the passage and arrived at the second room. If the first room was used to confirm the identity of the person who entered, then the second room was used to confirm the ability of the person who entered. Dark and the others had encountered a living divine guardian clan, and there were 3 of them at the same time. Among the 3 divine guardians, 2 of them were the same size as the skeleton they had encountered in the left hall, while the other one was much larger than the skeleton. Is it because all 3 of them entered the same passage? Dake thought for a moment, and immediately ordered Illusionary Beast, Ever-Changing Beast, to use Great Sunny Day Pride. Illusionary Beast, Ever-Changing Beast, released a ball of light that dispersed the darkness in an instant. Dake attached Moon God's soul eye to himself, and he immediately evolved into Moon God. However, Lili and Olga were faster than him. Olga put on the Aries sacred armor and rushed towards the largest divine guardian. Lili also took out an armed card, waved the colorful wand that she obtained after the arm transformation, and rushed forward excitedly. Dake's mouth twitched, and he pulled out his holy sword and rushed towards the last divine guardian. There was no suspense. Although the 3 divine guardians were able to unleash a power that the skeleton didn't possess, they were still quickly killed. The next door opened. Illusionary Beast, Goddess of the Heart, frowned. Behind the door, divine power rippled, and it was extremely terrifying. I've finally finished writing. I always wanted to write faster, but I can't write faster just because I want to. Sigh, I can only rely on time. Continue to ask for votes. Chapter 782. Boom. The corpses of the 3 divine guardians suddenly burst into flames and were burned to ashes in an instant. Dake took half a step back and heard the sound of a mechanism turning. He summoned the flaming sun elf, and the blazing flames lit up the wall that the great sunny sky pride couldn't reach. A 2-meter-thick boulder was slowly rising, revealing the dark tunnel behind it. The divine power coming from the depths of the tunnel was shockingly dense. Dake couldn't help but frown. Is this really the space created by the sun god and the moon god? Although the layout of this space was very dangerous for those who couldn't control the power of the sun or the moon, it was still very dangerous for those who could control the power of the sun or the moon. Not to mention the questions in the first room that required one to understand the language of that era. The divine guardians in the second room weren't something that ordinary people could defeat. But thinking about it carefully, if the person who entered this room was a real God's messenger or disciple, then the divine guardians might become very friendly. The layout of these 2 rooms seemed to be confirming whether the person who entered was an apostle of the god of blazing sun and rising sun, or the god of ice and eternal moon. If one continued to think about it with this logic, remember the website, VIP can't you? VIP. The next room might contain the items that the god of blazing sun and rising sun, or the god of ice and eternal moon, left for their apostles. If that's the case, then I'm looking forward to it. Dake said his thoughts one by one, and everyone felt that it was possible. They couldn't help but guess what the items left behind by the god of blazing sun and rising sun, or the god of ice and eternal moon were. I can feel the divine power rippling there, and it's extremely terrifying. The goddess of heart's eyes was the first to express her opinion. Maybe it's the remains of the god of blazing sun and rising sun, or the god of ice and eternal moon. That's also a possibility, Aurora said seriously. But I think it's more likely that it's a divine artifact. After all, it's something left behind for their apostles. Lili's eyes lit up and said, if it's a slough, would it be the same as the god of wisdom, of the academy? Of course, a godly weapon would also be very good. Dake smiled and said, anything is possible. It might even be a chance for resurrection. Perhaps it was because Dake's conjecture about the function of this space was too reasonable, or perhaps it was because it was too easy to kill the 3 divine guardians. But the atmosphere between the group became a lot more relaxed. Everyone chatted and laughed as they passed through the passageway behind the stone door, and arrived at the 3rd and final room. What had suddenly appeared before them was indeed a shed skin. However, they were not the remains of the god of fire and rising sun, and the god of ice and eternal moon. But Dake abruptly raised his head and saw the remains of a giant snake that was even larger than the previous, oil snake. The snake's head alone was as big as a house. It was more than 10 meters tall when it was coiled on the ground, and its entire body was at least 200 meters long. Its head rested on the ground, its eyes closed, and it wasn't breathing at all. However, its body emitted a faint light that chased away the darkness in the third room. The third room was extremely large, and it didn't seem crowded at all even with such a giant snake in it. Dake and the others suddenly stopped as soon as they came out of the passageway. Their faces were filled with vigilance, and they immediately prepared to defend or attack. But nothing happened. One of the reasons why they weren't too nervous was that the skin of this giant snake wasn't pitch black. Although it sounded a bit strange, it was extremely important. Because whether it was the snakes they encountered after entering the temple, or the snakes they saw in their dreams, they were all black snakes. Speaking of which, the gods worshipped in this temple were lions and wolves, but the ones they encountered the most were snakes. Even the slough hidden in this mysterious space was a snake slough. Dake adjusted his breathing and carefully observed the giant snake slough. First of all, the divine power they sensed should have come from this giant snake slough. Secondly, the giant snake's body was red with a white belly and blue stripes. The entire color scheme was very bright and beautiful. Dake consciously looked at the snake's head, but he didn't see any horns protrusions. Finally, he sensed the presence of both the sun and the moon on this giant snake's body. The group stood at the entrance of the passageway for more than 2 minutes. After making sure that the giant snake didn't show any signs of coming back to life, they carefully moved. Although the light from the giant snake's body chased away the darkness around it, it didn't light up the entire room. Dake transferred the consciousness of Evie and the shape-shifting monster so that the new illusory beast, Evie and illusory beast, shape-shifting monster, gained sentience. Then he used imitation and nightmare transformation to release Great Sunny Day Pride to light up every corner of the room. After spending some time like this, he found a stone slab near the giant snake's tail. There was a paragraph of text written in the language of that era on the stone slab. However, words were different from numbers. Dake relied on the memory left in his dream and couldn't completely translate it. In the end, the three of them gathered together and barely managed to decipher the meaning of the text. When the sun and moon shine together, the door to the divine realm will open. This is the way to open the door, Lily said excitedly. Dake nodded and said, "It should be. When the sun and moon appear at the same time, the door to the divine realm will open. Does this mean that the power of the flaming sun elf and the frosty moon elf will erupt at the same time?" Aurora said, "Our frosty moon elves are all in deep slumber." Dake smiled and said, "If this is just the literal meaning, it can be done without waking up the frosty moon elves. Anyway, let's see what we can find first. We can't come here for nothing." Aurora nodded and said, "That's true. Since we've found the way to open the door, we don't have to rush to leave. Maybe we won't be able to come back after we leave." Lily immediately raised her hand and said, "Then can we take that snake away?" Dake was stunned for a moment and said, "If we can." However, Lily sighed and said, "If only we had the fantasy fairy dragon." Dake replied, "If we had the fantasy fairy dragon, we could put the giant snake's body into the fantasy tesseract and take it away." Lily nodded vigorously and said, "Now we can only wait and see how big the door can be opened." Dake said, "Let's split up and explore first." Everyone reached a consensus and split up one after another, using their own methods to explore. However, although this room was big, there were very few useful things. The 4 walls of the room were almost completely white, and only the sun and moon symbols were drawn on the ceiling. The only thing that looked like a formation map was the huge ring that surrounded the giant snake's body. There were extremely complicated and mysterious runes engraved on the ring, but looking at them, they gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Dake had his eyes on this ring before he found the stone slab. At this time, he walked over and summoned the magician's secretary to record all the patterns in the ring without missing anything. Only after he finished recording everything did he realize something. That's right, the pattern in this ring is similar to the one I saw in the Moon God Palace. It's inexplicably similar to the one I saw on the wall. Let me see, from this angle. This pattern looks like farmers cheering for their harvest under the sun. This pattern looks like people dancing and singing around a bonfire under the moonlight. And this pattern is countless believers kneeling and worshipping a stone tablet with the sun symbol engraved on it. And then this pattern. This giant snake's body has been in this space for who knows how many years, but the divine power in it is still so abundant. It's probably because of this pattern. It has a very similar effect to the murals in the Moon Temple. If I can turn the patterns in this ring into magic patterns, I might be able to further perfect the Great Sin Mark. There are too many sun and moon symbols in this pattern. Could it be? Anyway, I'll go back and give it a try and I'll know. But if it's the same as what I think, could it be that this snake? Dake frowned and thought for a long time. In the end, he closed the magician's secretary, activated a flight spell, and flew towards the giant snake. A moment later, he landed on the head of the giant snake and squatted down to place his hand on the snake's head, carefully feeling it. It really does have the divine power of the sun and moon. And it's different from the statues outside. The divine power of the sun and moon in this giant snake has the taste of pride and bliss. Whatever, let's take a look first. There was a hint of excitement in Dark's eyes. He immediately took off his backpack and took out the magic brain dropper and thinking bottle. Then, just like how he extracted bliss from the moon goddess statue, he tried to extract pride, or bliss, from the giant snake's slough. What surprised him was that the divine power of the sun and moon in this giant snake's body didn't mix together. He easily distinguished between them and extracted an entire drop of pride. This was the first time he extracted pride from a place outside of his mind. However, after his experience with Moon God's version of bliss, he quickly determined the quality of this drop of Snake God's version of pride. Even though the divine power within the serpent's body was vast, the quality of the pride extracted from it wasn't any better than Elysian bliss. In other words, 3 points of pride was equivalent to 1 point of Dake's pride. But there was a lot of divine power left in this giant snake's body. But after he extracted a drop of pride and sensed it, he couldn't help but frown. This drop of snake god version of pride gave him a bad feeling. Although the moon goddess's version of bliss that he had drawn from the moon goddess statue was also uncontrollable, it was actually a relatively mild type in nature. But within this drop of pride, there was an indescribable primitive and ferocious aura. Just as Dake was thinking carefully, the moon god's soul flew up from below. He asked, "You don't have it?" The moon god's soul shook its head dejectedly. "No." Dake comforted it. "There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe it's been too long, or maybe it was extracted by someone, or maybe it didn't have any divine power in the first place." Dake frowned and thought of a possibility. Could this giant snake be an ancient life form that was born with the power of the sun and moon? And not a divine beast like the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf that became gods? In the end, why would the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf leave such a giant snake's body in this so-called divine realm? This giant snake has both the power of the sun and the moon, but the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf only have 1 power each. No matter how you look at it, this giant snake's status should be higher than the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf. If that's the case, this giant snake is the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf's elder? Thinking of this, Dake subconsciously shook his head and murmured, "Looking at the current situation, it's more likely that the sun-swallowing divine lion and the moon-swallowing divine wolf obtained the divine power of the sun and moon from this giant snake's body. From there, they gradually gained divine power and created divine personas. If that's the case, we have to think of a way to bring this giant snake's body out." What's Lily doing? Dake's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly stood up to look. At this time, Professor Lily was flying from below to the giant snake's left eye. As she was too close to the snake's eye, Dake couldn't see what she was doing for a moment. He walked to the edge of the snake's head and bent down to look down. "Hey, Professor Lily suddenly exerted force and lifted the giant snake's left eyelid, revealing a huge snake eye. Snakes don't have eyelids, but this snake is not the same snake. Almost as soon as she lifted the eyelid, a golden-orange light shone out. When it was lifted all at once, the snake's opened eyes were like a big sun, shining with endless light. Lily was not frightened at all. Instead, she was even more excited. Dake narrowed his eyes slightly and saw her quickly fly to the other side, lifting the giant snake's right eyelid again. Suddenly, the cold moonlight shone from the snake's right eye, illuminating the other half of the room. The left eye hides the sun, and the right eye hides the moon. Even the torch dragon is nothing more than this. Dake sighed in his heart, but he suddenly felt the vibration under his feet, and his expression changed. However, he quickly calmed down. It was not that the giant snake had suddenly come to life, but that the door to the divine domain had opened. The sun and the moon shone together. The door to the divine domain opened. I've been busy with tax issues all day, and I've rushed to update a chapter at midnight. I'll adjust tonight and update another chapter at noon tomorrow. Vote if you have a vote. Chapter 783. The door reached the top of the sky. It was more than 100 feet high. It was magnificent. But the upper half was covered by a dark shadow. It seemed like it couldn't be passed through. Dake quickly looked around and saw that even though the upper half of the door was covered, it was still big enough to stuff the snake's head in. He immediately shouted, "Bring the giant snake Slough." Then he immediately ordered the Doryman Bolito to enter the door of the divine realm to check. The Doryman Bolito appeared in front of the door, but it didn't go in directly. Instead, it shot a Doryman Messiah towards the door. When the Doryman Messiah was about to touch the light curtain inside the door, it was suddenly pulled by a huge suction force. The whole dragon instantly accelerated and went through the door. Then the connection between the Doryman Bolito and the Doryman Messiah was cut off. The Doryman Bolito waited in place for 2 seconds. Seeing that the Doryman Messiah didn't return, it stuck its head out and flew towards the light door. It resisted the suction force and stuck its head in. Then it couldn't go back anymore. It was like it was stuck in the light door, its short legs desperately swinging. But its tail was raised high, forming an O shape. It meant that the other side was safe. At this time, Dake had already flown close to the light door. He looked back and saw that Professor Lily had already grabbed the snake's tail. A huge amount of magic was flowing out from her palm. It wrapped around the giant snake sleuth's body in a special way. Remember in 1 second. https://m, but can't you? VIP then. The giant snake's body that was 200 to 300 meters long was pulled by her. What kind of magic is this? Dake wanted to learn, so he took a second look. If he learned this magic, maybe he wouldn't lose to Deanna in the arm wrestling competition. The opening of the door of the divine realm seemed to drain all the energy in this space. The whole space shook because of it, and the shaking was obviously intensifying. Although they didn't know if this meant that the divine realm was collapsing, Dake and the others obviously didn't want to test it. When Dake saw Professor Lily dragging the giant snake over, he took the initiative to step aside. Professor Lily pulled the snake's tail, his face flushed with excitement, and rushed into the gate of the divine domain like a train. The giant snake's eyes closed due to the vibration, and the light in the room disappeared. Dake scooped up the 2 birds, one on the left and one on the right. When the giant snake's head was also dragged through the door, he motioned for Aurora to go first. He then entered after Aurora, followed by Olga and Ungra. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in the divine domain. The tremors that had spread throughout the entire space gradually calmed down. The pitch-black space was filled with an indescribable feeling. As expected, the opposite side of the gate to the divine domain was the hall of the central palace. The reason why the upper half of the door to the divine domain was covered by the shadow was because it was far higher than the height of the palace. The giant snake slough that was dragged out by Lily almost smashed the remaining half of the 2 idols into pieces. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough to not be crushed by the giant snake. However, the hall was not safe. After Dake went through the door, he was shocked and then stared at the Dolong Bolito. "Is this the safety you mentioned?" In the direction of the hall's gate, there was another giant snake coiled around. It was the oil snake that was as black as oil. The gate to the divine domain closed automatically after everyone had gone through. Olga and Ungra were the last to come out. They were immediately alerted and rushed forward, protecting Dake behind them. Not only did the oil snake come out of the fantasy tesseract, but it also spat out its tongue, obviously awakening. However, for some reason, its eyes were still closed, and it was only relying on its tongue to capture information from the outside world. Boom. Professor Lily put down his hand, and the giant snake's tail fell to the ground, making a sound. The oil snake seemed to be surprised and suddenly shrank its head. Then, it immediately stretched out and spat out its tongue desperately. It was a bluff. Lily's eyes lit up and said, "It's a cowardly snake." It was a pity that they did not speak the same language. Otherwise, the oil snake would definitely pounce on her and bite her. Everyone relaxed a little, and Aurora asked in a low voice, "How did the oil snake come out of the fantasy tesseract?" Lily stuck out his tongue and said, "When we entered the divine domain, we were cut off from the outside world. The fantasy fairy dragon lost its magic power, and its remaining magic power was exhausted, so it returned to the card. Of course, the fantasy tesseract was gone." The logic was perfect and flawless. Dake looked at the oil snake's closed eyes and said, "It should have been awakened by the aura of the giant snake's slew. I wonder if the sun and the moon are also hidden in its eyes?" Lily immediately said, "Let's open its eyelids and see." Dake's face darkened and said, "Forget it. Aurora, is there any way to control it?" Aurora wanted to shake her head, but the oil snake suddenly turned a little in her direction. Its tongue was like an arrow pointed at her head. She froze, and the flaming sun elf in the brooch immediately flew out and emitted a red light in front of her. Then the oil snake was scared and shrank its head back. This time, it even let out a soft cry. "It does seem to be closer to me," Aurora said in a low voice. "Is it because I played the role of Sibila in the dream?" Dake said, "There's no need to anger it. Let me see if I can make it go back to sleep." As he spoke, he took out a magic elf card and silently recited the usual summoning spell. "In the name of Dake Dimung, I summon the ball sea lion." The ball sea lion that appeared in the summoning light suddenly trembled and turned around to hug Dake's leg. Momo. Clearly, he had been startled by the two giant snakes in the temple. Dake slowly squatted down and comforted the ball sea lion, while taking out another magic card, Bliss Moon Moon. After a while, the ball sea lion completed its evolution in the light of Bliss Moon Moon. Chio sea lion, rippling flower sea lion. Rippling flower sea lion use sing. Heartsuit. The rippling flower sea lion puffed out its chest and regained its confidence in the song. Dake gestured with his hand and blocked its ears while using magic to protect its brain. After everyone did as they were told, although they still felt sleepy, they could hold on for a longer time. However, the oil snake slowly lowered its head in the beautiful and peaceful song and gradually fell asleep. It didn't wake up naturally, and its body instinctively craved sleep. Naturally, it couldn't resist sing. When it completely fell asleep, Dake quickly covered the rippling flower sea lion's mouth and sighed. Looking around, other than a few little guys, no one else was asleep. Dark stored the little magnetic monster and little devil monster into the card. Then he asked Aurora to summon the heavy-armored rhinoceros again. He placed the little girl on the back of the heavy-armored rhinoceros and let the goddess of heart and god of destruction take care of it. By the time he settled the little guys down, Professor Lily had already summoned the fantasy fairy dragon and was preparing to release the fantasy tesseract. After a while, she first put the oil snake into one of the Rubik's Cube worlds. Then, after a discussion with the others, she put the slew of the giant serpent of sun and moon into another Rubik's Cube world. Finally, she looked up at the remaining half of the statue and was ready to take action. "Bring it back," Aurora said. "Okay." Lily immediately took action. Although more than half of the statues in the two central palaces had been destroyed, because of their size, the remaining parts were still quite impressive. But to say that it was useful to the City of Freedom, it was actually very limited. With the manpower and resources of the City of Freedom, it was almost impossible to restore it. Forcing it to stay here could only be used as a scenic spot. So the only thing that was useful was the 2 complete statues in the right temple. In summary, rather than letting the 2 statues continue to grow grass here, it was better to send them to the Shungmalian Academy. With the slew of the Sun and Moon Giant Snake, the Shungmalian Academy might be able to restore the 2 statues. At that time, the same statues would exist in the Shungmalian Academy and the City of Freedom. When the temple was open to the outside world, people would soon know about this secret. This was equivalent to establishing an invisible link between the Shungmalian Academy and the City of Freedom. As the black substance in the temple was too much of an eyesore, they quickly left after digging out almost everything in the temple and returned to the cliff from before. After that, they set up the stove and started cooking. After lunch, they took a short break, and the group set off again. But this time, they were going back. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to the right temple. After discovering that the 2 statues in the right temple had been moved away, they continued their journey back. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, they returned to the front temple and saw the 2 statues that had been moved here. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, they returned to the city lord's residence, took a bath, changed clothes, and ate dinner. Then they returned to their respective rooms. Dake entered his room and immediately began to study the circular array diagram that he had discovered in the divine domain. This 2-day and 1-night exploration of the temple seemed to have gone very smoothly on the surface, but it was actually very dangerous. Thus, after successfully returning, everyone except Professor Lily secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But behind the danger, their gains had also far exceeded their expectations. Perhaps this was the true charm of adventure. Dake himself had collected a large amount of snake eyes. He had even collected some of the black substance in the central temple. These things were deeply related to the snake that had destroyed the Sun-Moon Divine Nation. If he studied them carefully, he would definitely gain something. In addition, he had also obtained the eyeball of a jade statue of the Sun God. That eyeball still had remnants of divinity, and it was the best material to refine the Sun-Crown beast. But the real gain for him was the large amount of runes and diagrams that he had recorded during his exploration, especially the circular array diagram that he had discovered in the divine domain. If he could decipher those runes and diagrams using the memories he had when he was acting as Bach in his dream, it would not only be of great help in refining the complete pride and euphoria, but the array diagram itself was also very valuable. If he could completely decipher it, he might even use it to upgrade Paradise. When he returned to the academy, he could extract pride or euphoria from the remains of the Sun-Moon Serpent for research. And speaking of returning to the academy, Professor Kazair was still waiting for him to return, so that they could do an experiment on wisdom bestowment together. He still had many unfinished projects in the academy. Thinking about it this way, there were simply too many projects for him to finish. The feeling of fullness was about to overflow. It was a silent night. January 3rd, early morning. Dake Dimung, who had stayed up until the wee hours of the morning and was about to fall asleep, was forced to wake up by his aunt's attack. The noise from outside made him struggle to open his heavy eyelids and walk to the balcony. Then he immediately woke up. He saw that in the open space of the Castellan mansion, Lily was laughing and showing off her harvest to Castellan Minterfali and Professor Midya, the oil snake, that was still in a deep sleep. The little demon beast that had left the room at some point was actually standing on her shoulder and laughing with her. Thinking about it carefully, Professor Lily and the little demon beast's personalities were surprisingly compatible. Dake rubbed his head and felt a headache. Although this oil snake was visibly timid, the power contained in its body was real. If it was accidentally awakened, at least the Castellan mansion wouldn't be able to escape the fate of destruction. Aunt Suna and Professor Midya are really careless. He shook his head and turned back to his room to brush his teeth and wash his face. In the end, Professor Lily didn't take out the giant sun-moon snake shell to show off. This was probably a blessing in disguise. However, when she showed off the frost moon elf, Professor Midya and Castellan Minterfali took the initiative. Professor Midya wanted an frost moon elf, while Castellan Mentorfali was very interested in the bliss that could make the Frostmoon Elf transform. Of course, what she wanted was pride. There was pride in the giant sun-moon snake's shell, but Dake didn't recommend using that kind of pride to feed the Frostmoon Elf. Therefore, when Castellan Mentorfali came to his door, he gave her his pride. Yesterday in the divine realm, his pride and greed both increased slightly. In the end, he chose to draw 2 points of pride. Those 2 points of pride were originally used to compare with Snake God's version of pride. Now they were given to Castellan Mentorfali. Because he obtained a lot of benefits from the temple, Dake didn't think of returning the favor. However, when Castellan Mentorfali left for some reason, she said something incomprehensible like, "I even gave you my little moon." After that, Dake took Professor Midya to the temple to get an Frostmoon Elf egg to help her hatch and accelerate the transformation. Professor Midya, on the other hand, suddenly conjured a magical animal and gave it to him in exchange. Try to update the next chapter before 12 p.m. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 784. Professor Midya poked the Frostmoon Elf, who had fallen into a deep slumber after absorbing the moon god's version bliss, into her glabella. Then, she took off her pointy hat with a smile and poured out a light blue flame from it. "This is Fox Heartfire. You should be able to use it." She tossed the Fox Heartfire to Dake and smiled. Dake reached out and caught it. He was shocked. "Professor, where did you find this?" Professor Midya said, "I walked west for dozens of miles before I finally found it. Of course, the 2 largest ones have been used as substitutes for Black Beast." Fox Heartfire was a type of ghost fire. According to legend, it was a fire formed by the soul of a fox. Therefore, it did not have any temperature. After it calmed down, it looked like a blue fox with only a head and a tail. As a very famous magical animal, Fox Heartfire not only had the ability of a normal ghost, but it could also ignite the flame in a human's heart and restore the fighting spirit of a dispirited person. It could also make an excited person even more excited, and make an angry person even angrier. In short, it was a magical animal that was born with the ability to use the power of the mind. Professor Midya obviously knew that he was researching the power of the mind, and Fox Heartfire could help beginners familiarize themselves with and master the power of the mind faster. However, the effect of Fox Heartfire on Dake was actually greater than what Professor Midya had predicted. With the help of Fox Heartfire, Dake would be able to master the first and second chapters of Magic Fire faster. Moreover, Fox Heartfire was a type of creature that could split and reproduce. As long as it was cultivated properly, it could split into a new Fox Heartfire. Website: https://m.vipcanchu. VIP. Therefore, it was possible to occasionally cut out a little bit of the fire to use in magic refining. A super type plus ghost type material like this was something that could only be found by chance. Dake looked at the small Fox Heartfire in his hand, and the image of Kathy appeared in his mind. Kathy was a super type fox-shaped dream that had the ability to teleport. However, this Fox Heartfire is still too small. I have to raise it a little bigger. Dake tapped the head of the Fox Heartfire and smiled at Professor Midya. "Can this Fox Heartfire be used as a substitute for the Black Beast?" Professor Midya shrugged and said, "Actually, it's very difficult, but we can only use it for now." In any case, the Fox Heartfire was the same as the Black Beast, in that it could change its form at will. Furthermore, it could fly and run. The bigger Fox Heartfire was not slow in terms of speed, so it was quite convenient to feed it. Other than not being able to enter the water, there aren't many shortcomings. Dake smiled and said, "Since we have a seat, shall we take the carriage back tomorrow?" Professor Midya blinked and said, "I think so too. Let those flying dragons follow behind the carriage and eat the wind." "Oh right, aren't you going out today?" "Yesterday, I seem to have seen the adventurers we met on the Black Plains." Dake shook his head and said, "We'll meet if we're fated. We'll see in the future. Today, I have a topic that I want to study." Professor Midya sighed and said, "At your age, you should play to your heart's content." Dake smiled and said, "To be honest, I've played to my heart's content these past few days. It's time to settle down. We'll set off tomorrow and arrive the day after tomorrow for the opening ceremony." Speaking of the opening ceremony, have you thought about getting a place in the Golden Cup? Professor Midya raised her finger and pressed the corner of her mouth. She raised her eyes and looked up. "Oh right, there's also the Easter Duel Festival. That was your idea. Are you going to win the championship this year?" Dake restrained his smile and said indifferently, "I'll try my best to win the Golden Cup. As for the Easter Duel Festival, I can participate, but there's no need to compete." Professor Midya said, "That's true. According to last year's rules, the Easter Duel Festival has the first to third years in one group, and the fourth to sixth years in the other. You're a second year, so you can only participate in the lower year group. It's really meaningless." Dake said, "That's more or less what I mean. But this year, I want to compete for the school championship." Professor Midya's eyes lit up and said, "That's right. Young people should be driven. Do your best, I have faith in you." "Thank you," Dake said. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back and continue my research." Professor Midya waved her hand and let him go. On the last day of his stay in the Freedom City, Dake spent it in research. But that night, he finally had the long-awaited supper of Aurora. It could be said that this holiday trip was very successful. Early the next morning, Dake and the others who were ready sat in Professor Midya's pumpkin carriage. 2 horse-sized fox heart fires floated in front of the carriage, emitting a faint blue light. The people who came to send them off were Mayor Montier Folly, Tiger and the other higher-ups of the Freedom City. These higher-ups were very grateful to the people from the Shungmalian Academy, but most of their gratitude had already been expressed when Professor Shi Erfu and the others left. Now they were probably just here to send Aurora off. Aurora lifted the curtain and waved her hand. The pumpkin carriage stayed in place for a while. After she said goodbye to her mother, it slowly flew up. The remaining wyverns also followed behind the pumpkin carriage and flew into the sky, gradually disappearing into the distance. She left just like that. Mayor Montier Folly put down her hand, her voice filled with heartfelt disappointment. Send a letter to let Aurora go home during the long holiday. Someone couldn't help but suggest. But it had to be said that this proposal was very tempting. One of the main reasons why they sent Aurora to the Duke's residence was because the Freedom City was becoming more and more dangerous. But now, after the war against the demon race, the Freedom Capital had broken free from the swamp, and the pressure from all sides had lessened by more than half. At this time, the reason for letting Aurora go back to the Duke's residence during the holiday seemed untenable. So letting her go back to the Freedom City after the holiday was more reasonable. But as a mother, Mayor Montier Folly had to consider her daughter's thoughts. Originally, she didn't know much about the way Aurora and Dake interacted with each other. But during this period of time in the mayor's residence, she saw very clearly. She knew very well that her precious daughter's heart had grown wings. This city called the Freedom City had become a restraint to her. If it's possible, let Aurora bring Dake to the city and stay for 10 days to half a month. Montier Folly finally thought this way. If it's really not possible, I'll go to the Duke's residence for 10 days to half a month. The cold wind was bleak, and the road was bleak. The pumpkin carriage didn't stop all the way. It took an entire day and night. Finally, on the morning of the 4th of January, they arrived at the small town outside the Shungmalian Academy. Professor Midya didn't drive the carriage directly into the barrier of the castle. Instead, she first landed in the small town. After resting for a while, she contacted the staff who came to lead the way and entered the academy through the teleportation square. The moment she passed through the teleportation gate, a familiar feeling that seemed to have been engraved on her soul suddenly surged into her heart. Even Dake felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. "I'm finally back." He sighed softly and smiled. "I wonder how the catnip grass at home is doing. I can finally go back to the dorm to do research. Then we'll temporarily disperse. Gather at the nationwide Duel Club branch, around dinner time." Professor Midya waved her hand, and then got on the carriage and flew back to her dorm. "See you tonight." Dake waved goodbye to Lili, Olga, and Ungra at the fork in the road to the teacher's dorm. Then he went to the tower of the noble house with Aurora. The two crossed the bridge and greeted the feathered snake statue that they hadn't seen in a long time. Then they opened the door of the tower. Outside the door, the cold wind blew. But inside the door, it was as warm as spring. Dake saw Doran and the others playing in the common room and raised his hand to greet them. Doran and the others were bored to death. When they saw him return, they immediately surrounded him and asked him where he had been these days. He smiled and said that he had gone back to the Freedom City with Aurora. He briefly mentioned the monster siege that had been published in the newspaper. Then he used the excuse of being tired from the journey as an excuse to escape from the clutches of Doran and the others. When he reached the second floor, he said goodbye to Aurora and continued to the third floor. Knock, knock, knock. On the third floor, room 301. Dake subconsciously knocked on the door. Then he suddenly lowered his head and smiled. There's no one inside. He took out the key and entered. The familiar meowing sound didn't sound. After not seeing each other for a few days, the dorm looked empty. He was not used to it. Little devil, can you go and pick up the catnip grass? Dake asked. But the little devil's eyes were half closed. He said with a dejected face, that will take a long time. After all, I can't even catch them. As he spoke, he lay on his little bed and didn't move anymore. Dake took off his hat, scarf and gloves, hung them on the clothes rack, and then summoned the magic guide secretary. The tireless magician's secretary began to repeatedly cast the usual summoning spells. Amidst the buzzing sound, the cute magic guide spirits were awakened from their deep slumber and appeared one by one. Dake took out Paradise. After thinking for a while, he opened it in the dorm. Then, he used magic guide spirit cards that didn't have intelligence as sacrifices to summon a few high-star magic guide spirits one by one. The originally spacious and empty room became crowded in just a short while. He enjoyed the crowding and asked the lion beast, fox beast, and Dilu beast to retrieve the catnip grass. Before leaving the academy, he left a few of the catnip grass with a few girls. He first used the secret passage's door card to cue Panduola Sr. Then he suddenly remembered that he didn't prepare any local specialties. His expression suddenly changed. Forget it. I'll just pluck a few scales of the sun and moon serpent and give them to others. I wonder how Victor is doing. Did he successfully separate from the Demon King #1? And the God of Wisdom? She's called Ergani, right? I wonder how she's doing now. Did Professor Ka Zaire successfully engrave the thinking circuit on her body? Sigh, my own bed is still the most comfortable. Thus, Dake laid on the bed and didn't move at all like the little devil. Therefore, when Deanna and Luosi knocked on the door with the catnip grass and entered, they saw a group of motionless little cuties lying on the bed. The Dilu beast that brought them here couldn't help but frown. In the end, Dake wasn't able to lie on the bed for too long. When Deanna and Luosi knocked on the door and entered, he quickly greeted them. Then he took the insect tree that Luosi entrusted to him from the Dilu beast's hands and placed it behind the railings on the balcony. Then he took the rabbit grass from Luosi's hands and stroked it while holding it on his knees. As for the bear grass, in Deanna's hands, to be honest, he wasn't very familiar with it. Okay, we're here to listen to a story. Don't just touch the little rabbit's head. Touch the little bear too. Ah. Cece, why are you scratching me? I'm scratching you. I'm scratching you. He always felt that whenever he saw Deanna, he would become energetic again. Dake shook his head and picked a few things that he could talk about after arriving at the Freedom City. He slowly told them as if he was telling a story. In fact, other than Deanna and Luosi, many of the other Magitech elves were also listening attentively. Halfway through the story, Dake caught the fox Heartfire that was playing with his aunt's bird and introduced them to this new magical animal that was newly acquired by the Magical Animal Society. Deanna and Luosi were very curious about the fox Heartfire. Dake stretched out his finger and gestured for them to look. Then he used the magic fire technique and condensed a magic fire on his fingertip. The fox Heartfire immediately went over and licked his finger. In short, it licked the magic fire dry. Deanna and Luosi looked at each other and immediately followed suit. They also condensed a small magic fire on their fingertips and attracted the fox Heartfire to lick it. The dormitory was filled with laughter. Not long after, all of the cat grass were gathered in dormitory 301. Dake hadn't gathered them together for a long time. At this time, he patiently watered them one by one with a magic potion. Along with the 2 cat grass that the lion beast left in the hands of the senior Panduola, there was also a letter. Dake found a corner and opened it. What was written in the letter were just some casual words and greetings. He flicked the door card in his hand and was a little puzzled. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was nothing. This was like using QQ to chat when they were close at hand. Clearly, they had QQ but used letters to communicate. They were called pen pals. Although it looked strange, it was indeed a very common behavior. Later, I'll write a letter about what happened during this holiday and let the little demon beast send it. Dake thought and continued to talk with Deanna and Luosi. The lecture lasted all the way until noon. Dake led the mighty army of magic elves and attacked the cafeteria that they hadn't seen in a long time. The students hadn't seen this group of magic elves for a long time. After seeing them this time, they missed them quite a lot. Along the way, there were people who wanted to feed them. Dake greeted the halfling chefs and sat down to eat with plates full of dishes. Deanna and Luosi were still asking for details. The two were especially interested in his adventure in the temple. Halfway through the meal, Katrina and Brittany also came over. Everyone in the Magical Zoology Society had a short gathering in the cafeteria. Dake tried his best to choose the things that could be said. He didn't mention a word about the temple. After this lunch, Dake had completely recovered the feeling of being in the academy. He smiled and bade farewell to the 2 seniors. Then he returned to his dorm and continued to talk about the temple with Deanna and Luosi. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that Dake sent the 2 clingy fairies out of his dorm. Then he bent over his desk and wrote a reply letter. Finally, he stuffed the letter into the little demon beast's hands. At 3 p.m., Dake rushed into Traveler's Street and arrived at the Ultimate Duel Club branch in advance. Olga, Ungra, and Eve were already waiting for him in the shop. He entered the inner room with everyone and cast an enchanted field to block out the sound. Then, Eve used the consonant spell to communicate with Aaron. On the other side were Claire and Yvette, who had been waiting for a long time. "This is a serious matter. Please tell us in detail, young master," Olga said seriously to Dake in front of the Duke. Dake's expression turned solemn. He stopped laughing and summoned the moon god's soul to his side. Then he recounted everything that happened after entering the secret tunnel in detail, from the sun-devouring divine lion and moon-devouring divine wolf, to the god of scorching flame and rising sun, and god of frost and eternal moon. From the moon god's soul, to the moon god's palace, to the origin of divinity, and to the reconstruction of the godhead. From the snake eyes to the divine guardian race, the oil snake, the dream world of the god's kingdom, and the sun and moon serpent in the god's realm. When Dake narrated seriously, his words were full of emotions, and it made one feel as though they were in an epic film. However, in reality, if this exploration of the temple could be turned into a movie, it would definitely feel like a blockbuster. Claire and Yvette listened attentively, especially the latter, who couldn't wait to remember every detail. In the end, Yvette sighed and said, "A journey of 2 days and 1 night actually involved a total of 4 gods, and an ancient existence even more terrifying than the gods. Even Claire's Joe's travels didn't dare to write this. After all, it's hard to believe." Claire Kate smiled and sipped her red wine. "According to your description, the giant serpent with the sun and moon hidden in its eyes should also be a god. Moreover, it became a god with its physical body. That's why its divine body is immortal and can last for 10,000 years. As for the 2 lions and wolves, they most likely obtained an opportunity from the divine body of the serpent god. That's why they also became gods with their physical bodies. As for the oil snake, it's probably not far from becoming a god. If it's really close to Aurora, you must let her master the method of controlling it." Yvette nodded and said, "If Aurora can master the method of controlling the oil snake, the Freedom Capital will be able to obtain protection in the future when the gods recover." Claire said, "Don't think that we can look after it from afar. Once the future prophecy comes true, we won't be able to fend for ourselves, and it can only rely on itself. Yvette said. As for the matter of the moon goddess, I'll immediately give the order for our maid corps to prioritize finding the ancient shrine of the moon goddess. However, I hope that you can contact Professor Kazair about creating a tool that can extract and preserve the divinity of the origin. We'll pay the corresponding remuneration. Claire emphasized. Your soul of the moon goddess was refined in the first half of last year, so we won't pursue your mistake of revealing this matter only now. If there are any similar items, report it immediately. Recently, the movements from the major factions have become more and more frequent. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. Also, since you've returned to school, let's continue the experiment on the underworld fire, from today onwards. Dake nodded and summoned the coffin of the death god on the spot, allowing it to find Josie and Nai for food. Seeing that his attitude was good, Claire said. As for the improvement of paradise, I'll find a time to personally return to school to take a look. Until then, do your best to do your research. In the end, you did well. Dake smiled and said, Do you even need to say that? At 5 o'clock sharp, Dake finished explaining everything and ended the long-distance communication with the Duke's residence. Professor Shi Erfu, Professor Li Li, and the others arrived one after another. Dake also saw Professor Kazair, as well as the God of Wisdom Ergani, who was following behind him. The God of Wisdom's golden hair shone, and her face was beautiful. Her facial features were so fine that it was as if she had walked out of a painting. However, her eyes were cold, and her face was expressionless. She looked very much like an intelligent mechanical life form. However, Professor Kazair was somewhat worried. I've only engraved a few simple thought circuits on her body. However, she's indeed the God of Wisdom. Even without a consciousness attached to her divine soul, she's still able to display rich senses. If this goes on, I'm worried that she'll develop a new consciousness on her own. If that new consciousness resonates with the traces of her consciousness left in the network of laws, then this matter will be out of our control. Therefore, we have to start your experiment as soon as possible. Dake nodded and said, Any time is fine. Professor Kazair said decisively, Tomorrow then. Then he changed the topic and said, Try to finish this experiment as soon as possible. After that, we still have to study the two snakes, right? It seemed like he already knew about the existence of the oil snake and the giant sun and moon snake. Dake nodded and looked at the white Gouda, who came with Ophelia. He whispered, Has White's second consciousness been separated? Professor Kazair said casually, It hasn't been separated yet, but it's making good progress. Professor Harvey and Sister Kalien have already found an entry point. I believe that it won't be long before they completely separate it. Speaking of which, I hope they can finish before our experiment is finished. Only then can we carry on with another experiment. Dake asked, What experiment? Professor Kazair said, Demon King has been created. Good night tickets here. Chapter 785. At about 5:30, everyone who was supposed to be there had already arrived. Professor Shi Erfu had already booked a private room in a bar called Secret Stronghold on Traveler's Street. This bar was secretly very famous, and it was one of the few places on Traveler's Street where one could stay overnight. However, it didn't accept students on the surface. If students wanted to enter the Secret Stronghold, they had to be accompanied by a professor or obtain permission from a dean. Therefore, many professors liked to have a drink or two in the Secret Stronghold. After a day of teaching, the Secret Stronghold deserved its name, and it definitely wouldn't spread the drunken stupidity of the professors. Cough, cough, this was very important. In short, tonight's gathering was at the Secret Stronghold. However, Professor Shi Erfu's reservation was from 6 to 12 in the evening, so there was still some time. Dake invited the professors into the room, made some tea, and sat down to chat. Of course, most of his attention fell on the God of Wisdom. Remember the URL. MFIP, can't you? 6. The reason why the God of Wisdom could openly follow Professor Kazair was because Professor Kazair had analyzed her divine power and made a targeted aura shielding device. Moreover, the news about the God of Wisdom was only spread within a very small circle. Apart from the people present, only Principal Erdii, Arvette, Claire and Irene knew about it. In fact, normal people wouldn't think that the blonde girl following Professor Kazair was actually a god. If Dake's wisdom-bestowing experiment was successful, they could even let the God of Wisdom disguise herself as an ordinary student and directly learn and grow in the Shungmalian Academy. Yes, grow. The God of Wisdom's divine body was reborn from a heart, and her divine soul was recondensed from the laws. Naturally, she wouldn't have memories of her previous life. Once Dake successfully bestowed her with wisdom consciousness, it was equivalent to taking over her body. When the divine soul, divine body, and divine sense were combined, the God of Wisdom would be close to being complete, and there would be no possibility of her regaining her original consciousness. But in this case, she would have to start learning from scratch to obtain the knowledge that a God of Wisdom should possess. However, to the God of Wisdom, learning was like an instinct. There was no need to worry about whether she could grow up. I just don't know what kind of rules she has grasped. Dake could not help but wonder. He really wanted to know about this, but Professor Kazair did not mention it. He wondered if the research had not been completed yet. The power of the God of Wisdom was actually very broad, and it was impossible to guess just by guessing. Moreover, obvious characteristics such as retentive memory and super comprehension ability were just derivative abilities that all gods of wisdom possessed. It shouldn't be some strange rule. After all, just her heart alone is enough to restore the magical creatures in the underground city. Now that I think about it, inverted lotus might be a rule similar to the one given to me by my intelligence. I really want to know. Dake grumbled in his heart, glancing at Ergony more frequently. Dake. Dake turned his head slightly and saw Aurora poking his hand while glancing at the God of Wisdom. He suddenly remembered that she did not know about the God of Wisdom. It shouldn't be a problem to tell her, right? Dake thought as he looked at Professor Kazair. Professor Kazair saw him looking at him and nodded with a smile. Dake instantly understood and whispered to Aurora about the God of Wisdom. If Sui Xiong had told her about the God of Wisdom before exploring the temple, she would have been so surprised that her mouth would open so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. However, after the trip to the temple, especially after having that lucid dream, her ability to accept the presence of a god had obviously increased by a lot. Of course, there was no lack of surprise. I see. Aurora lowered her head and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I was wondering why her hair color was the same as Dake's. Dake smiled and continued to participate in the conversation. At this time, Professor Lili was loudly showing off his performance and gains in the temple trip. White, who had returned early, was envious. Professor Katzer looked at her, and there was something else in his eyes. However, it had to be said that the temple trip was so smooth because of Professor Lili. 5:50 p.m. Professor Shi Erfu finished the tea in his cup and stood up. It's about time. Let's go. Eve, come with us. Eve paused for a moment before nodding. Okay. Therefore, everyone left the Ultimate Duel Club branch and walked in the direction of the secret hideout, while chatting and laughing. Dake walked in the middle and was deep in thought. Professor Shi Erfu did not say the purpose of this gathering, but he felt that it was not as simple as exchanging information. Now that the Demon King matter had been settled, the God of Wisdom's arrangements were on the right track. This group of people who had participated in the whole process should have an organization. In the secret hideout, only the door number was not a secret. Although it was Dake's first time here, he still saw the door of the secret hideout at a glance. Yes, there were even neon lights welded on the door of the shop. It was dazzling. It's not a secret at all. White could not help but complain. Dake agreed, but he did not say it out loud. However, the secret hideout's entrance was very strict. The red-eyed redhead mounted on the door seemed to be able to see through illusions and disguises and distinguish between students and professors. At this time, there were not many professors going in and out of the secret hideout. Dake and the others were almost all the customers in the shop. Professor Shierfu pushed the door open and entered. The red-eyed rat had automatically closed its eyes. Dake looked at it curiously and entered the bar as well. The lights in the bar were dim. The bartender behind the bar was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He had a small mustache and looked like a gentleman. Professor Shierfu unexpectedly started chatting with him. Professor Midya smiled and led everyone to the reserved room. The rooms in the secret hideout all had soundproof enchantments to ensure that no sound could be heard. However, for someone who really wanted to eavesdrop, this soundproof enchantment was useless. Therefore, after Professor Midya entered the room, she set up a new enchantment. The round table in the room was already filled with fruit plates, drinks, and pastries. Everyone found a seat and sat down. Dake pulled out a chair and asked Aurora to sit beside him. Then, he took a cup for her and asked in a soft voice as he poured her favorite black tea. Aurora's face was slightly red, but after a while, she saw Dake pouring tea for the others. There were 15 people gathered in the room. Apart from the 13 who had gone to the Freedom City together, there was only Professor Kazair and the God of Wisdom, Ergony. Dake walked around the table and finally came to the God of Wisdom. He hesitated whether to pour tea for her or not. Professor Kazair used magic to raise the chair. After sitting down, he said, "Black tea it is." Dake poured a cup of black tea for the God of Wisdom. Unexpectedly, as soon as he poured the cup, Ergony raised her hands expressionlessly and took small sips of the tea. That cautious look of hers was actually a little adorable. As expected, there's no time to lose. Dake took a deep breath and put the teapot back. It seemed that the experiment of granting intelligence could not be delayed. After a while, Professor Shierfu pushed open the door and came in with the waiters pushing the dining cart. "Leave the cart here. Don't come back later." She waved the 2 waiters away, turned around, and closed the door and locked it. Olga got up and walked over. She cast a heating spell on the table and started to serve the dishes. Angela stood up to help without saying a word. Eve was about to follow when Professor Shierfu stopped her. "Can you contact Yvette?" Eve nodded. "Yes, I can." Professor Shierfu said, "Tell her that we'll have a meeting later." Eve looked at Dake. Dake smiled at her and said, "They should still be in the mansion, right? Call Aunt Claire too." "Okay," Eve responded. Then, she cast a consonant spell to communicate with Aaron, who was thousands of miles away. Yvette, who was having her meal in the Duke's mansion, asked curiously, "What is Shierfu trying to do?" Claire thought for a moment and said, "I can roughly guess. It seems like we have a chance to form a true alliance with the Academy." Yvette pondered for a moment and said, "If it were in the past, this would definitely be a good thing. But now, it seems like the Academy is also feeling the pressure." Claire shook her head. "After all, it involves God. Who wouldn't feel the pressure?" Yvette said, "Whenever we talk about this, I can't help but think of Elisha and Charles." Claire asked, "What's wrong?" Yvette said, "They are still fighting for the throne, but God is coming." Professor Shierfu didn't immediately invite Yvette to join the meeting. After all, it was dinner time and they had to finish eating first. After she sat down, she said to Dake, "Have you contacted them?" Dake smiled. "Yes, I told them about the trip to the temple." Professor Shierfu nodded and said, "You did well. I didn't expect that there would be such a great threat hidden in the temple. I thought it was just an ordinary temple, and because it was the territory of the Freedom City, I didn't have any plans. Now that I think about it, I was really careless. I've seen that snake before." Kazair said that it was an existence not inferior to the God of Wisdom. Professor Kazair said, "That's what I said, but it's not necessarily true." Dake smiled. Professor Kazair's eye of truth could only see more than him. Since he said so, then it was most likely true. However, he still raised his doubts. But there was no divinity in the snake's remains. Professor Kazair said, "The divinity you speak of is actually the remnant of the god's soul. Most gods will leave a remnant of their soul in the statue in the temple. As they die, the remnant of their soul withers, and the last thing left is the divinity." Dake frowned. "Then shouldn't there be more divinity in the corpse of a god?" Professor Kazair said, "I heard Lily mention this question. She said that you once guessed that the sun-devouring divine lion and the moon-devouring divine wolf became gods by absorbing the divine power of that giant snake. I think you're right. The remnant divinity in the remains should have been absorbed by them. Of course, it's also possible that the divine soul of that giant snake has truly disappeared without a trace. Although gods are always reincarnating and dying, after every twilight of the gods, there are always gods whose names disappear forever. Or maybe it's one of them. Dake couldn't help but say, if it's the latter, does it mean that no matter what method is used, it's impossible to reassemble its divine soul? Professor Kazair said, that's right. Dake said, that's a pity. Professor Kazair smiled and said, it's a pity that it didn't leave behind a trace of divinity. Otherwise, if the oil snake absorbed it, it might have immediately become a god. Dake said, that oil snake has already taken half a step toward becoming a god. Professor Kazair nodded and said, half a step to becoming a god. Then he turned to Aurora and said, I've already learned from Li that you had a dream. Since that oil snake is close to you, I'll try my best to help you subdue it and help it become a god. We can't take something from the Freedom Capital for nothing. Let's use this condition to exchange for the remains of that giant snake and the two halves of the god statue. Aurora thanked him repeatedly. She knew that this was already a dream that she couldn't get. But Professor Kazair said, but we have more important things to do, so we'll have to postpone that matter. Now we can only make an empty promise. Since Professor Kazair said so, there definitely won't be a problem. Dake took the opportunity to say, also, since Professor already knows about the moon god, can you help us see how to make a tool that can extract and store divinity after you're done with your work? Professor Kazair smiled and said, of course. In fact, I've been researching topics related to divine power during this time. If we use the method of making a shield, we should be able to make a container that meets your requirements. Dake couldn't help but say, thank you, Professor. Professor Kazair shook his head and said with a smile, we should be the ones saying thank you. Come, let's eat. It'll get cold if we don't eat. With that said, he took the lead to eat. Everyone present had fought the Demon King together, so they naturally didn't feel restrained. After this dinner, everyone had a better understanding of what they had experienced, and the party finally entered the main topic. Professor Shi-Erfu asked Eve to cast the consonant spell projection. Yalvet and Claire joined the party. The update is late. I'll write another chapter tomorrow morning. Chapter 786. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to say that everyone here is a treasure. Haha. Yalvet's cold joke was horrifying. Claire's originally flower-like smile suddenly froze, and she became expressionless. Irene's mouth twitched, and she almost cut off the projection. Dake resisted the urge to cover his face and said, good evening, Mom. Do you see the girl next to Professor Kazair? That's the god of wisdom, Ergony. Yalvet blinked. She had seen the girl through the projection before, but now she wanted to ease the atmosphere, so she said, so that's the god of wisdom? I thought she was your sister. There was an awkward silence again. Ahem. Professor Shi-Erfu cleared his throat and finally stood up. She walked to Eve and said, I think everyone here. Ahem. Everyone should have a good understanding of what we're doing now. Let's cut to the chase. I have a suggestion. In order to deal with the calamity that may come in the future, we'll form a secret organization with us as the initial team. Who's against it? Who's in favor? Is that so? Dake nodded slightly and found that Yalvet and Claire in the projection had a look of understanding. Remember the URL. VIP, can't you? 6. In fact, they had indeed reached the stage where they should form an official organization. Among everyone present, other than Professor Shi-Erfu, Professor Kazair, Professor Midia, and Professor Cheongsi were obviously in the know. The other professors had more or less guessed it. Only Professor Li, who didn't think of anything, and Ophelia Blood, who didn't think she was qualified to participate, looked surprised. As for White Gouda, he looked a little confused. Dake heard from Professor Kazair that the frequent experiments involving the soul and consciousness would slow down his thinking. However, After the experiment was successful, he would recover after a period of healing. Professor Stephen Harvey and Sister Carolyn would definitely try to minimize the aftereffects. In short, no one present would object to Professor Shirfu's proposal. While Dake was lost in thought, Eve, who was in charge of the projection, raised her trembling hand. Everyone's gazes focused on him. Eve said, "Well, do I have to join too?" Professor Shirfu couldn't help but smile. "You're already here. Do you still want to escape?" Eve exclaimed, "Ha!" After Eve's demonstration, Ungra, who had wanted to say something, tactfully shut his mouth. Of course, the current situation is not something you can oppose just because you want to. Professor Shirfu was used to having the final say. However, Dake still raised his hand. When everyone's attention was focused on him, he asked, "Where is the headmaster of Aertii? Will you also join this organization?" He thought that he would definitely get a definite answer. However, Professor Shirfu sighed slightly and said the truth. "Cynthia, we lost contact with her." Dake, Mountain of the Gods, Pelopos. Professor Shirfu nodded and said, "Yes, the entire team lost contact." "Wait, the headmaster is not here?" White, who was not very smart, suddenly had an idea and asked subconsciously, "Then what about tomorrow's opening ceremony? Since the establishment of Shungmalian Academy, there has never been an opening ceremony without the headmaster, right?" Professor Shirfu looked at him strangely, thought for a while, and said he was rarely here in the past. White. Professor Shirfu comforted him again. "In short, Cynthia is only a saint, not a god. She can't help us solve all our problems. As for her safety, you don't have to worry too much. Her 2 elves are still in the academy. There's nothing wrong with them." Dake nodded to show that he understood. After being in the academy for so long, he had some understanding of the headmaster of Aertii's elves. She was respectfully called a Saint Magus, and had 9 elves. Of course, those elves were not elves, but they were not elemental elves either. They were not even magical elves. If one had to describe them, they should be a kind of magical creature that was between elemental elves and fairies. They had already appeared around the headmaster of Aertii before she became a Saint Magus. The 9 elves were closely related to her, and shared her life. No matter how far away they were, they could still maintain contact. This meant that if something happened to the headmaster of Aertii, the elves she left in the academy would also be in trouble. There were 2 elves that she left in the academy most often. One was a griffin, and the other was a sphinx. The headmaster of Aertii would usually use the griffin to disguise herself, and then use the sphinx to send messages. These 2 elves must be in good condition now. That griffin spirit might still be diligently memorizing the script. In short, the headmaster of Aertii would not be able to return in a short period of time. It was also impossible for her to join this secret organization for the time being. However, there was still a possibility of her joining in the future. As expected, there were no more voices of opposition. This organization, which only had a framework for the time being, was completed just like that. Professor Shirfu said, "First of all, we have to make a clear goal. The purpose of this organization is to deal with the possible revival of the gods in the future, as well as the various incidents caused by the gods. I'm not Cynthia. I won't say empty words like, for the sake of humanity and the world. We only have one core purpose, and that is to protect ourselves." Everyone nodded slightly. They had no objections to this. Professor Shirfu continued, "Of course, protecting the organization is self-protection. Protecting the members of the organization is also self-protection. If necessary, protecting the academy, the Duke's Mansion, the City of Freedom, and even the Star Tower can be considered self-protection." At this point, the atmosphere between everyone became more relaxed. Professor Shirfu continued, "Protecting each faction is to ensure that we have the strength to protect ourselves. The future may be very difficult, but we will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties together. Next, we need to confirm the leader of the organization." Thus, the atmosphere suddenly became serious. If any organization wanted to survive and develop, the existence of a leader was very necessary. The difference might be that some organizations only had one leader, while some organizations had multiple leaders. But no matter which kind it was, they had to clarify the process of making a decision as soon as possible. Professor Shi-Erfa said, "Regarding the confirmation of the leader, I also have a suggestion." "Let's hear it." Claire crossed her arms and said in a flat tone. Professor Shi-Erfa looked at her and said, "It's not advisable to have a single leader. Although having a say can increase the speed and efficiency of issuing orders, the leader's selfishness and mistakes will have a great impact on the organization. Thus, my suggestion is to follow the parliamentary system and elect a leader who can participate in the voting. Of course, this is only my suggestion. If you have other, better, more satisfactory methods, you can say them one by one." Compared to the establishment of the organization, the choice of the leader system and the election of the leader were obviously more important. Everyone began to express their opinions on this point and had a heated discussion. Professor Stephen Harvey was the first to raise an objection. He felt that although the leadership system with many people voting was fair, it would not be able to make a decision at the critical moment. Once there were too many people and the benefits were not distributed, it would become a partisan struggle. Moreover, an organization could not lack a core leader. That would be like a sea of undead without a necromancer, a group without a leader and without control. Therefore, he proposed that no matter what, they had to determine a core leader, who could veto and issue mandatory orders at the critical moment. Of course, he did not reject the system of many people voting, so his final proposal was to establish a parliamentary voting system around the core leader. The specific structure was similar to the current political structure of the kingdom. There was a king, but there was also a parliament. Needless to say, Professor Stephen Harvey's proposal was very attractive, especially for people who were used to the kingdom's political system. It was easier for them to agree with this model. However, if the core leader had too much power, it would affect the implementation of the parliamentary system and make the parliamentary system useless. This was also something that the kingdom's political system had always been criticized for. In history, there had been more than one case where the major members of parliament fought until they came to a decision in the parliament, only to be vetoed by the king. The so-called parliament was more like the king's staff. Once the king acted arbitrarily, the parliament's vote would be meaningless. The main reason for this problem was naturally because most of the kingdom's army was in the hands of the king. At the end of the day, whoever had the biggest fist would have the final say. Similarly, if the church was too powerful, there would be an era where the theocracy surpassed the imperial power. The existence of the parliamentary system divided the forces other than the theocracy and the imperial power into 36 scattered parts, making them even less threatening. As for the House of Commons other than the House of Lords, there was even less of a threat. However, if the organization established by the people wanted to imitate the kingdom's political system, there might be another result. That was, the power of the parliament was too great, causing the core leader to be useless. This was completely opposite to the current situation of the kingdom. The same reason was also because the group of people who could become members of parliament was too powerful. Therefore, Professor Shi-Erfa did not think that electing a core leader was a beneficial act. She clearly expressed her thoughts, which made the people who agreed with Professor Stephen Harvey start to reflect again. Everyone present had a lot of ideas and would not blindly follow. However, limited by the limitations of vision, it was impossible to think very thoroughly in a short period of time. This required everyone to actively express their opinions and clearly express their own understanding. Finally, the best decision was made based on everyone's strengths. At the very least, at the beginning of the organization, everyone present did not have too much selfishness and could temporarily do this. Under such circumstances, the entire process of discussion was pushed forward repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours later, it was almost 10 o'clock. The decision of the organization's leadership system and the election method had reached a relatively mature stage. Dark mentioned a kind of hierarchy among the members. It was very simple. The existing model of the kingdom's House of Lords and House of Commons would be slightly changed, so that the House of Commons would also have the qualifications to vote with the House of Lords, but the votes of the members of the House of Commons would be reduced. For example, 1 vote of the House of Commons was equivalent to 0.5 votes of the House of Lords. This would be the basis for the conversion. The members of the organization would be divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, all the way to Level 9. The first 3 levels would have the right to vote, while the 4th to 9th levels would only have the right to propose. Of course, based on the current scale of the organization, the last 6 levels would not be available, but this was also a preliminary step for the organization's future development. In fact, the first 3 levels would be used. Level 1 members had 6 votes. Level 2 members had 2 votes. Level 3 members had 1 vote. Whether this model was reasonable or not, after Dake proposed it, it received unanimous praise. Therefore, the discussion continued to use this model. The system formed in the end was equivalent to the empty monarch system. First of all, the current political system of the kingdom was indeed not suitable for this organization. However, in the end, everyone agreed on the necessity of a leader. Because almost every organization in the world had a leader, if you did not have a leader, you would be out of place. Moreover, the existence of a leader represented the face of the organization and the image of the organization to the outside world. However, in the current organization, whether it was the Academy or the Valkyrie, they would not be willing to be under someone else. Therefore, this leader could be understood as a pure spokesperson. And the most suitable person to be this spokesperson was currently missing. In short, they first left this position empty, and then began to divide the members into different levels. Currently, there were a total of 17 people present, excluding the god of wisdom Ergony. These 17 people, as the initial members of the organization, could be roughly divided into 3 factions. One was the Academy faction, one was the Valkyrie faction, and one was the other faction. The Academy faction was Professor Shi Erfu, Professor Ka Zaire, Professor Cheong Si, Professor Li Li, Professor Harvey, and Sister Kalian. The Valkyrie faction was Yarvet, Claire, Olga, Ungra, Eve, Irene, and Dake. The other factions were Ophelia, Aurora, White, and Professor Mitya. Of course, there were people in each faction, and some of them were not so clearly divided. After a discussion, they experimentally divided the 17 people into different levels. First, they were the first-level members. As the vice principal of the Shungmalian Academy, Professor Shi Erfu was definitely a first-class member. And as the Valkyrie herself, Yarvet was also a first-class member. Using these 2 people's levels as the basis for the grading. First-level members, Professor Shi Erfu, Yarvet, and Professor Ka Zaire. Second-level members, Professor Cheong Si, Professor Li Li, Claire, Olga, Dake, Professor Mitya, and Sister Kalian. Second-level members, Professor Harvey, Olivia, Aurora, Ungra, Eve, Irene, and White. Don't ask why Professor Ka Zaire was neither the vice principal nor the branch dean, but why was he a first-class member? If you ask, you just don't know. In short, the recognition of a first-class member received everyone's approval. And among the second-level members, Professor Cheong Si, Professor Li Li, and Claire's recognition was also unanimously approved. But Professor Mitya and Sister Kalian's recognition was at the 3rd level at the beginning. There was also a dispute between Olga and Dake's recognition. First of all, Olga was not well known. She had only played a role in the resurrection of the God of Wisdom. She had almost never participated in the organization's decision-making. Secondly, Dake's strength was not enough. It was a bit awkward for him to be ranked with the first 4 members. At first glance, it seemed like the Valkyrie was favoring him by choosing him as the 2nd level. However, the person who recommended him to become a 2nd-level member was actually Professor Shi Erfu. But in this way, Professor Mitya and Sister Kalian's positions were too low. Therefore, in the end, the 2 of them were promoted. In this way, the 7 people in charge of the 7 soul locking spell were all classified as 2nd level and above. Of course, the members' level was not fixed. If the organization wanted to continue to develop, it was necessary to establish a promotion and elimination system. If they were 2nd level now, they could be eliminated to 3rd level. If they were 3rd level now, they could be promoted to 2nd level. However, there would definitely be a large threshold between 3rd level and 4th level. Only those who passed the voting of the top 3 members could enter the organization's upper echelons. But that was a matter for the future. Now that the organization had just been decided, everything was not yet formed. For the time being, there was no intention to recruit new members. 11 p.m. at night. The organization finally had a more complete structure. Everyone looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. With a basic structure, the following matters were easier to resolve. First, there was the Lord of Illusions, the leader who was the spokesperson. Principal Erdii should have been the best choice, but she had not joined the organization yet. Moreover, her existence was likely to cause the organization to gradually become hers alone. Even if she herself was virtuous and pure, she would not do that. However, the people below her would slowly become her leader. Therefore, Professor Shi-Erfu and Yvette's joint opinion was to elect a new leader. At this time, a certain person who was a professor of the school, a member of the Valkyries faction, the future son-in-law of the Freedom City, and a backup disciple of the Star Tower was forced to appear on the stage. Dake stood in front with an awkward expression. He really did not want to take the position of spokesperson. First of all, the existence of this position was very awkward. Secondly, he only wanted to be a spectator. Why don't we talk about the name of the organization first? Dake Dimon cunningly changed the topic. And this change of topic was very successful. Once again, the crowd began to discuss the matter happily. Of course, this year's members had unconsciously become reserved and did not participate in this level of discussion. Professor Li was the most active among them. Although all of her proposals were rejected, she still enjoyed it. Therefore, after a long time, they received a temporary name. Snake of Wisdom. 5,000 chapters. Including last night's, it's already 9,000. Next, I have to go out to do some work. It'll be quite late when I come back to sleep. Update at night, it's at least early in the morning. Don't wait anymore. Sleep early and wake up early is good for your health. This year, my family is actually very busy. I can only stay up late to write and squeeze time to update like this. Finally, I don't forget to ask for monthly votes every day. Chapter 787. Snake of Wisdom was the name proposed by Professor Kazair. The word wisdom, in Snake of Wisdom, came from God of Wisdom. The word snake came from black snake and sun and moon snake. If the 17 people present were the original members of the organization, then God of Wisdom, and the 2 snakes, were the original gods of the organization. Moon God was Dake's personal item, so it couldn't be counted. On top of that, Wisdom Viper had a literal meaning as well, even if the meaning was removed. Wisdom was the academy and snake meant secret. It was very compatible with the structure and nature of the organization. Therefore, when everyone was hesitant because of the various names, Professor Kazair proposed Snake of Wisdom. Professor Shi-Erfu tried to hold a voting meeting after that. On one hand, it was to rehearse the voting process, and on the other hand, it was to see what everyone thought about the name. In the end, out of the 17 people, 36 voted for the name, and 3 voted against it. Website: https://mvipcanshu. VIP Snake of Wisdom became the official name of the organization for the time being. After that, Professor Midya used this name as a foundation to quickly draw an organization badge, which received unanimous praise. The badge pattern was a grimoire with a snake wrapped around it. Name Badge Theme Members System. The basic framework of an organization had been basically set up here. At this time, the time had unknowingly passed midnight. When Midya's badge design is finalized, I will combine it with the door card and create an identity card for everyone. Professor Kazair showed a slightly expectant expression. The back of the identity card will be the organization badge, and the front will be an animal or object. In the future, when we need to communicate secretly, it will be used as a code to call each other. In addition, the identity card will also have some functions that the door card has. For example, you can enter the secret passage or communicate with the owner of the identity card within the barrier of the academy. With the identity card, we can meet in the secret passage. Professor Cazell was talking excitedly, but Dark couldn't help but think of a certain marine church when he heard keywords like secret passage and meeting. The current head of the marine organization, the incarnation of the Marine Biology Research Department, was here. Therefore, White couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. At the end of the meeting, Professor Shi-Erfu made a summary of the entire meeting and officially announced the birth of Snake of Wisdom. At this time, they actually didn't put too much thought into this Snake of Wisdom. The whole process of the establishment of the organization was also a bit of a child's play. However, some things couldn't be accomplished just because you were serious. If you weren't serious, you wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. The original members of the Snake of Wisdom were too powerful. In Professor Midya's words, it was as if all the stars in the night sky were gathered here. Even the goddess of fate couldn't look away. This was an organization that was destined to go global and cause everyone to tremble in fear. Good night. Good night. Good night, Sister Irene. Dake said goodbye to the three people in the projection and told Eve to hang up. Then he waited for Eve to get up and walk out of the room with her. After midnight, the secret stronghold bar became more lively. A few unfamiliar professors sat in front of the bar and drank with each other. There were musical instruments playing in the corner. Occasionally, students would hide in the corner and whisper to each other. No one knew how they got into the bar. When Professor Shi-Erfu walked out of the room with everyone, the students' faces turned pale. They quickly got up and ran away. However, Professor Shi-Erfu didn't go after them. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony, and there were bound to be students who wanted to let loose. The professors just smiled and didn't care. When they walked out of the bar, the moonlight shined down and illuminated their faces one by one. With a wave of Professor Sylph's hand, the cold wind that came late at night took a detour, and the moonlight on the road rippled like water. On the way back to the castle, the professors gathered together and began to discuss the rules of the Snake of Wisdom. They mainly talked about what must be done and what must not be done. The students followed behind and whispered about their expectations for the organization and their worries for the future. The future was uncertain, and there were many choices. However, there was no escape. After crossing the bridge that led to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, they activated the hub to return to the academy. Then they walked out of the bridge on the side of the academy and soon arrived in front of the castle. Professor Shi-Erfu gave Dake and White a wind elf each and told them that this wind elf would help them pass through the gate. The three students thanked him softly and said good night to the professors. They then entered the castle and spread out. White Gouda walked alone. Dake Dimung had someone accompanying him. The guardian statue in the tower received the wind elf's message and nodded to let them go. The students entered the tower and returned to their dorms. Everything was carried out like water without any ripples. Dake and Aurora separated on the second floor. He quickened his pace and returned to his dorm. Just as he reached the door, someone opened it. Fairy Ibu appeared behind the door with a smile, hiding the little fiend beast that was tied up like a dumpling behind her back. The smile on Dake's face disappeared in an instant. The little demon beast. Woo! Dake patted his head and rescued the little demon beast. He then took a shower and changed his clothes, drew great sins, practiced underworld spirit, and lay down to sleep. There was a light drizzle at night, but it was already resting in the morning. Only a few drops of rain fell with the dew, bringing a bit of coolness to the morning. After the little magisters experienced a rare long vacation, they seemed to suddenly remember the fact that they were students. Could it be that they were feeling melancholy for the upcoming second semester? Some students who couldn't finish their homework suddenly woke up and rushed to the library. That morning, Lars Murno, the first-year mathematics professor, had learned that Dark had returned to the academy. He had sent a familiar flying in from his balcony early in the morning and handed Dark an old-fashioned letter. Dake had already made an appointment with Professor Ka-Zayer to start the experiment immediately, but he had no choice but to leave Professor Ka-Zayer and go to Professor Murno's office first. "You're here." Professor Murno saw that his assistant had returned and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. He sat behind his desk with a pair of small round glasses on his nose. His face was amiable. On the left side of the office, there were thick stacks of draft papers. Dake took a look and knew that they were all draft papers for advanced mathematics. During the first semester of the second year, he met with Professor Murnau almost every week. Other than exchanging the contents of the class, Professor Murnau taught him how to use magic to increase the speed of thought. And Dake taught Professor Murnau the following mathematical theories. Both of them gained something from the exchange. Dake learned how to speed up thinking in a short amount of time, while Professor Murnau learned something new. Now this old professor had been immersed in the ocean of mathematics, and he obviously had the intention of retiring as a professor. Of course, with his experience at the Shungmalian Academy, even if he retired, he could still stay at the academy for the rest of his life. Also, although he had the intention of retiring, the academy tried their best to keep him. Before they found a replacement mathematics professor, the academy couldn't let him go. As for the idea of letting Dake take over as a first-year mathematics professor, that was impossible. Not to mention that Dake had his own studies and research. From a normal point of view, the academy couldn't let a second-year student take over as a first-year professor. Therefore, both sides took a step back and came up with this plan. It's like this. Professor Melno said kindly, "I think your performance last semester was very good, and I want to promote you. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Dake wasn't too surprised because Professor Murnau had already revealed his intentions in the letter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he refused. "Professor, if it's 2 classes a week, it will conflict with my class schedule." Professor Murnau smiled and said, "I've already looked at your second-year class schedule. Other than the math class on Tuesday morning, you can add an extra class on Thursday morning, which means compared to last semester, you only need to spend an extra 90 minutes a week." But 1 minute on stage was 10 years of hard work, Professor Murnau. Dake complained in his heart and said, "Professor, it's not about 90 minutes. Last semester, you were in charge of the entire teaching process, so I only needed to spend a little time preparing for the class. But if I'm in charge of everything, I don't have the time and energy to do it." "No, that's not what I mean. I'm not giving everything to you," said Professor Murnau. He continued, "What I mean is, you and I will switch positions. You'll be the professor and I'll be the assistant. That's it." "What?" Dake opened his mouth so wide that he could stuff a cat paw in it. Professor Murnau squinted his eyes and said, "I'll be the assistant and you'll be the professor. But it'll be different from last semester. You'll be in charge of both classes, but I'll be in charge of the overall teaching process and homework. If you need to take a leave of absence, I can temporarily substitute for you." Dake immediately said, "How can I let you be my assistant? That's not possible." "Why not?" said Professor Murnau with a straight face. He said, "If I say it's possible, then it's possible. What do you think? If you don't have any objections, then it's settled. We can start talking about the salary." Dake took a deep breath and began to think. If he was only in charge of teaching, he would not have any teaching difficulties since he wrote all the first-year textbooks. He would not have to prepare a lot of lessons every week. If the second mathematics class was on Thursday morning, it would be after the alchemy class. This would make it impossible for him to calm down and digest the alchemy knowledge. If it was last semester, it would have a huge impact on him. However, this semester his alchemy knowledge was already at the entry level, so it would be easier for him to continue learning. Let's look at the salary first. A normal professor's salary should be 5 times that of an assistant, not including other bonuses and benefits. Dake thought about it and suddenly had a little bit of anticipation. He suddenly realized this and quickly cut off this little bit of anticipation. Greed was growing uncontrollably. Dake calmed down and said, "Tell me about it." Professor Murnau said in his heart, "This is good." He opened the drawer and took out a piece of white paper. He placed it on the table and pushed it over. Dake took the piece of white paper and read it carefully. The more he read, the more tempted he became. Greed +1. Professor Murnau only gave him the treatment of an ordinary professor, which was to be expected. A normal professor's salary in the Shungmalian Academy was 10,000 credits a month. If this was calculated in terms of credits, it did not seem that much. However, if it was converted into holy coins, it would be 160,000 holy coins a month. Moreover, in the Shungmalian Academy, every professor was on paid leave. This meant that they would be paid every month for 12 months of the year. 160,000 multiplied by 12 was 192 million holy coins. In other words, a normal professor in the Shungmalian Academy could earn a stable annual income of 2 million holy coins. Even for a professor's standard, this salary was very high. However, this was only a normal annual salary. Professors would receive holiday subsidies every holiday, and a year-end bonus every year. A normal professor's year-end bonus was 100,000 holy coins. That was to say, their annual salary was directly raised to 352 million holy coins. In addition to their salary, professors would also receive their own exclusive teacher's dormitory, office, and laboratory. Every month, they would receive a fixed batch of experimental materials from the academy. The experimental materials could be freely selected within a certain range. If professors had any pioneering ideas or research projects, they could also apply for funding from the academy. Once the application was approved, the academy would issue project funds according to the evaluation and fully assist them in completing the research. Of course, the result of this was that the results of the project would be shared with the academy. In short, professors who were able to apply for project funds did not have to worry about having insufficient funds at all. Even if they had special needs, they could obtain them through the academy's mission system. Many of the missions that students received in the mission hall were issued by professors. Therefore, the Shungmalian Academy was not only an educational institution, but also a huge research institution. A large number of capable professors were attracted by this treatment. They constantly innovated and invented new things, pushing the development of magical technology to a level that did not match the level of society. Compared to this almost unconditional support, a small benefit like being able to use the Holy Grail once a year was not worth mentioning to outsiders. Dake stared at the paper in his hand for a long time, then looked up and said, "These laboratories, project funds, and so on, can I apply for them too?" Professor Murnau smiled so widely that the wrinkles on his face were squeezed into chrysanthemums. He knew that this was a sure move. No magus could resist the temptation of such treatment. Therefore he said, "Of course. As long as you sign the agreement, you will be an official professor. You don't even need a probation period." Well, actually, you have already passed the probation period. The academy is very satisfied with your performance. Dake asked again. "What about you, Professor?" "What about you?" Professor Murnau smiled and said, "Do you want to know the retirement benefits of a senior professor?" Dake nodded and said, "I do want to know." Professor Murnau said, "Other than the annual salary being reduced by half, everything else is the same as yours. However, this is a first-class retirement benefit, so you need to sign a contract to stay in the academy. In addition, there are some hidden benefits after becoming a professor. You will know about them in the future." Dake muttered to himself for a moment, then finally put the paper on the table and looked up. "No problem, I accept." After making the decision, he did not hesitate and immediately agreed. After all, the academy would not cheat him. "Very good. Then congratulations on officially becoming my colleague, Professor Dake Demung." Professor Murnau was overjoyed. Of course, his goal was not just to let Dake become a professor for the second semester of the first year. Once Dake accepted this position, then the second, third, and fourth years would not be up to him. The generous benefits of the Shungmalian Academy would definitely attract his heart. It was equivalent to helping the academy grab hold of a genius who would definitely have amazing achievements in the future. And after this semester, he would be able to retire completely. After all, from the second year onwards, the students' mathematics classes would be reduced from 2 to 1 a week. At that time, he would naturally be tired. Dake would not blame a poor old man like him, right? Sigh, definitely not. Therefore, Professor Murnau struck while the iron was hot. He took out the prepared contract from the drawer and directly signed it with Dake. When Dake walked out of Professor Murnau's office, he even had a professor's branch card in his hand. Of course, this branch card was called the professor's card by the professors. The professor's card had almost all the functions of the branch card. It also had the ability to send messages to all the students that Dake had always wanted. Although the student's branch card could only receive and not send messages, and he could not receive messages from the students, it was still a lot more convenient. However, Dake also recently discovered that the professors did not like to use this function. Just like Professor Shi-Erfu, he always used the wind spirit to send messages. He thought about it carefully. This was probably because the professor's card's communication function was built on the basis of the school's barrier. The messages sent from the professor's card had to go through the school's barrier network. It was very easy to intercept and did not have much privacy. However, as long as it was not used to send private messages, it was not a big problem. Moreover, there was another benefit in front of him now. This professor's card could also summon a tamed demon. This was obviously going to be a big surprise. With Little Devil Beast and Sub-Beast in front of him, Dake was full of expectations for the tamed demon that could be summoned with this professor's card. However, he did not summon it as soon as he left the office. He did not even summon it after returning to the dormitory. Let's wait until after the opening ceremony. He thought so. He would let the new tamed demon be the celebration of the beginning of a new year of study. Moreover, he had to give the tamed demon a chance to summon it in front of all the magic spirits. He put the contract book in the cabinet and locked it. Then he used underworld magic to clear his mind. After that, he let out a long sigh. I have to take some time today and tomorrow to prepare for class. But for that fixed income of academic credits, it's worth the time. Oh right, I wonder if they finished their winter vacation homework. If they didn't finish it, how many credits should I deduct? It's not good to deduct too much, but if I deduct too little, it'll seem like I lack deterrence. Well, how about I deduct more and return half of it when I finish? This is a good idea. Sure enough, after becoming a professor, my brain has become much sharper. Dake. Just call me professor from now on. Ahaha. Dake hurriedly organized his things. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not too late, he took the magic brain dropper, thinking bottle, and the moon god soul, and quickly rushed to Professor Kazanger's office. Speaking of which, I can also apply for a separate office. Don't think about it. Today's focus should be on the experiment. Professor Kazanger should be waiting anxiously. However, before Dake went out, he had already used the door card to send a message, so he would not go back on his word. As for today's wisdom bestowment experiment, he actually attached great importance to it. Once the experiment was successful, it meant that not only would he be able to bestow intelligence to the magic spirits and magic golems, but he would also be able to bestow a new consciousness to intelligent life forms that had lost their consciousness. There was a lot of room for maneuverability. He just did not know how Professor Kazanger was going to conduct the experiment. Dake pondered as he hurried. Soon he arrived in front of Professor Kazanger's office. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. Kacha. The one who opened the door was the expressionless god of wisdom Ergony. While Dake was slightly surprised, Professor Kazanger's voice came from inside the room. You're finally here, my dimming professor. Dake walked into the office and nodded at Ergony. He then locked the door and walked inside. Professor, you already know. Of course, Murnau has been busy for several days because of this. It's not easy to let a second-year student become an official professor, Professor Kazanger said with a smile. From now on we're colleagues. Dake sighed. Okay then. You already knew, but you kept it from me. That's not very nice of you, Professor. Greater than over equal to __. That you're tuning in to the Earbook Haven YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.